One. All right. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 75% of capacity of the central office board meeting room space. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members are required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. The board workshop scheduled for December 16th at 4 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action is taken by the board on an action item, meaning an item for the board to vote on. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public review. All right, Madam Secretary. So I now call the meeting to order. We can do roll call, but again, this is a workshop, so a quorum is not required. And Madam Secretary, if you can call the roll.
District, I'm sorry.
Huh? Yeah.
District 9, President Tapman. District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue. District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will now have a presentation, Pathways to Brighter Futures.
Walked in, didn't know where I was, Mike.
During this workshop, we wanted to make sure that we can provide clarity on AP dual enrollment. And so we want to take the opportunity to I'll call up Karan Smith, our Chief of Staff. Today we had the Secretary of Education of the United States of America that was here, Secretary Cardona, who talked a lot about work and acceleration on the path that we were on. We had him go see Glen Oaks, but also talked about what it meant for our state and our city to be moving towards this direction. And so what we wanted to do during the workshop is do a couple of things. One, we'll have a few different speakers, not only with the state of Louisiana. We also have folks from Commissioner Kim Reed's office, who is the Board of Regents. We also, you'll hear from a professor from UCLA, who will be also share some perspective for out of state. Concerning dual enrollment in AP. And then the other part was make sure that we're providing clarity to our community around AP, IB, and dual enrollment. So we'll have the Karan Smith and team, Dr. Stovall and Ms. Levantino, come on up to present to the public what the pathway to bright futures are, and also to make sure that we provide clarity to the community and have a conversation around questions from the board around this work. Ms. Smith?
diploma and up to 60 hours of college credits that may result in a Louisiana transfer, associate degree, and/or industry-based certifications. The ultimate goal of the Pathways to Bright Futures initiative is to enhance the profile of an East Baton Rouge Parish graduate as a future ready and skilled individual characterized by successful academic outcomes, exposures to unique educational experiences, and markability in both the college and career sectors. Why are we reimagining the high school academic program in our parish? As a school district, we are invested in preparing students for post-secondary success. It is our intent to multiply college and career options for all graduates. Therefore, it is important that we are intentional in academic programming and opportunities that we offer to all students. Analysis of the district's current data indicates that there are disparities across the district in providing students with access to advanced courses. Students of color and students from low economic households are disproportionately limited in access to advanced courses. The Pathways to Bright Futures program is a systemic approach that promotes access for all and fosters students that are better prepared and more competitive in their post-secondary pursuits. We need some help.
And just you all, please bear with us as we are. This is this our first time using the technology in this room.
All right,
So
no,
bear
we're
with
back up and running. Thank you,
All right.
Vice President Collins.
No problem.
All right. An analysis of the equity in AP course participation indicates that there is a relatively lower percentage of Black and Native American students in EBR engaging in advanced placement courses. Moreover, 65% of high school students are identified as economically disadvantaged, but in our district, only 39% of these students have access to AP courses. As we continue our analysis in the realm of dual enrollment, we find that DE course participation within the EBR PSS school system indicates that there is generally low engagement in dual enrollment courses. However, course engagement across most ethnic groups is relatively comparable. However, our district data indicates that only 5% of socially economic disadvantaged students have access to dual enrollment courses. As we continue our analysis of data, before you what you will see is a table a table of data that indicates advanced course offerings across all of our high schools. This data shows that there are disparities in advanced course offerings across the district schools. Schools with magnet programs in our district have the highest student participation in advanced courses, and our comprehensive high schools have significantly fewer students participating in advanced courses. As we continue to analyze our AP data, it is important to note that not all students enrolled in AP courses participate in AP exams. Also, consistently across district high schools, a significant number of students who participate in AP course exams do not earn a qualifying score of 3 or higher. So now that we have represented some of the challenges that we have with access to advanced courses, how do we, as the school district, promote resolving these issues? Well, we have designed the Pathways to Bright Futures program. So what is this design? Through collaboration and conferring with post-secondary partners and state educational leaders, a course of study has been designed to allow students to matriculate through 24 credits in specific subject areas that are defined by the state of Louisiana for student eligibility to earn a high school diploma. Also, through strategic scheduling and prescribed course sequencing, students will have an opportunity to earn up to 60 credit hours towards a Louisiana transferable associate degree in one of the 8 areas of concentration, which are biological sciences, fine arts, humanities, physical science, social behavioral sciences, criminal justice, general business, and mass communications. Okay, I'm gonna give it a moment. It's freezing again. Okay. Students may also pursue technical degrees, industry-based certifications, and engage in work-based experiences in one of the 5 career pathways that have been identified by our school system in collaboration with the Baton Rouge Area Chamber and other local industry leaders. These career pathways represent high skill, high wage, and high demand industry fields in our community, and the design of the Pathways to Bright Futures program is inclusive of the following fields: technology, construction and manufacturing, medical and pre-med, transportation and logistics, liberal arts, and management. Yes, okay. So when will the district begin the Pathways to Bright Futures program? We will begin this program in school year 2022-23. The Pathways to Bright Futures program will commence at all district high schools in the fall of next school year. Which groups of students will participate in the Pathways to Bright Futures program? All students on a diploma track entering the 9th grade for the first time will participate in the Pathways to Bright Futures program. 10th grade students at Glen Oaks High School who participated in the pilot of the program in school year 21-22 during their 9th grade year will continue to follow the prescribed course sequencing for the program.
Continuing with questions, are there academic requirements for students to be eligible to participate in the Pathways to Bright Futures program? All first-time 9th grade students on a diploma track will participate in Pathways to Bright Futures as a program. There are no grade point average requirements or any other academic criteria for student participation. How will schools engage students on a non-diploma track that are not participating in the Pathways to Bright Future program? East Baton Rouge Parish School students on a non-diploma track may be afforded opportunities to engage in workforce and adult living programs established by the Division of Exceptional Student Services. What will the Pathway to Bright Futures course schedule look like for a typical 9th grade student? Students will be scheduled on an 8-period alternating A-B day schedule in which they will take a minimum of 4 classes a day. Student course scheduling will be aligned with the standard sequence of courses required to earn a Louisiana high school diploma and will include up to 4 dual enrollment or advanced course offerings for the academic school year. That would be 2 dual enrollment courses in the fall and 2 in the spring. What is the potential number of high school credits and college credit hours a student will have an opportunity to earn at the end of their 9th grade school year in the Pathways to Bright Futures program? Students will have the potential to earn a maximum of 10 high school credits and 12 college credit hours by the end of their 9th grade year. Will the Pathways to Bright Futures program course schedule prohibit students from enrolling in advanced placement courses? No. The Pathway to Bright Futures program does not prohibit a student's access to AP courses. However, students that choose to take an AP course in place of a DE course will reduce their credit earning potential from a max of 10 credits to 8 and may disrupt their progress towards completing an associate's degree pathway because AP credit accrual is contingent upon the student taking the AP exam for the respective course and earning a score that qualifies the application of the college credit. And there is a chart to describe the difference. All right. So here's a model of the 4-year at-a-glance course of study for a typical student participating in the Pathways to Bright Future program. As you can see, the course study allows for students to be engaged in 12 to 18 college coursework hours each academic year of the student's high school tenure as they pursue an associate or technical degree. It must be noted that a student's course schedule will be determined based on individual student course needs and interest. With that, a sample alternative option for student course scheduling now appears on your screen. There will be occurrences in which students may enter 9th grade and have already earned credit in both Algebra 1 and Geometry. In this case, students will be scheduled in the next math course in the sequence of offerings, which is Algebra 2. Additionally, there are, at present, 70 8th grade students in the school district that are currently enrolled in World Geography for high school credit. In alignment with the course of study, these students may enroll in another Humanities DE course or an AP option, such as AP Government and Politics, instead of the prescribed World Geography DE course.
So what is recognized as a passing grade for a dual enrollment course? To receive college course credit, students must earn a grade of C or higher in dual enrollment courses. However, if students receive a mark of D or higher in dual enrollment courses, then they are eligible to receive the high school credit, but will not be eligible to receive the college credit. Could a student enrolled in dual enrollment course opt out of receiving a college credit and grade on their post-secondary academic record? Sure. Yes. Students may elect to only receive the earned course grade for high school credit without any impact or detailing to their post-secondary academic record. Does a dual enrollment course grade have a higher quality value than a traditional course? It does. According to our pupil progression plan, dual enrollment courses are weighted on a 5-point scale and assign the following quality point values to academic marks. So you can see in the chart here, a grade A would be at 5 and then subsequently going below. What is the instructional model for dual enrollment courses offered through the Pathways to Bright Futures program? So dual enrollment courses will be taught either at the high school or the post-secondary institution by post-secondary faculty. There is an opportunity for district high school teachers with required credentials to teach dual enrollment courses. They will be able to serve as credentialed adjunct faculty for the post-secondary institution offering the course. Dual enrollment courses taught by post-secondary faculty will also be staffed with our teachers on record that are specialized in the content area being studied to provide academic support, engage in progress monitoring, serve as a point of contact for parents and guardians, and also to collaborate with the post-secondary faculty members. So here we have the implementation model graphic of our Pathways to Bright Futures program. It incorporates 4 key elements, which are instructional implementation inclusive of collaboration between the high school and the university, as well as interventions and supports that nurture student success, enrichment activities that expose students to college and career opportunities, and structured academic advisement that is not only individualized, but consistent. So now we're going to take a look at the program attributes. What is PBF and what is it not? So Pathways to Bright Futures is an options multiplier for students, an initiative to provide equitable access to advanced coursework, a gateway to transferable college credit hours, a cost saving for students who want to participate in post-secondary studies, as well as an opportunity for students to earn marketable skills that provide them with a competitive edge. PBF is not a diploma pathway, a replacement for AP courses, a replacement for magnet courses of study, nor is it a mechanism that will result in a reduction in teachers and instructional staff. Here on this slide, we have our upcoming Pathways to Bright Futures informational sessions. We will be hosting 6 regional specific sessions throughout January and February. This is going to conclude our presentation. We would like to thank you for providing us with an opportunity to share information about a program that we are confident will increase academic opportunities and successful outcomes for our students. At this time, I will ask Dr. Kim Gomez to provide insights about advanced course opportunities for secondary students from the lens of a post-secondary official. And following Dr. Gomez, I will ask that Dr. Lisa Williams share closing remarks about this program from the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. Dr. Gomez.
This is an area that I am very familiar with and write about and conduct research on a regular basis. So just to start off, I think that when I started to think about how to talk about this, I thought about the kind of strange juxtaposition that sometimes happens in the literature between dual enrollment and AP courses. And so I wanted to start off by saying that they're kind of apples and oranges. From a college admission standpoint, both tools and pathways are ways for students to be able to demonstrate to college admissions officers that they are ready for college, that they have engaged in ambitious work, and that they are college-minded. With respect to AP courses, it's no secret that students who are in AP courses are overwhelmingly either white or Asian, and they tend to be upper middle class or wealthy. And that excludes a lot of students who are often Black and brown students and those of working class and lower middle class backgrounds. One of the things that college admissions officers are doing is trying to create more holistic admissions processes to make sure that they are taking a look at the entirety of a student's profile rather than one aspect of it or another. So with respect to AP classes, they're certainly generally quite rigorous with respect to their structures and the predetermined content that is expected in an AP course. And while AP credit policies in terms of the universities granting AP credit does vary from school to school, it frankly can also vary from university department to university department within a university. However, in all cases, earning high scores on AP exams does help a student be considered for admission to the top colleges. But here's where the caveat is. In order to get college credit, students must typically pass the exam with a 4 or a 5, more often a 5. 6 out of the 8 Ivy League colleges give college credit for AP exams in which students have scored at least a 4, or in some cases, the score must be a 5. It's certainly the case that if a student has taken honors AP or IB courses that are available in addition to dual enrollment courses, the universities feel like the student has taken rigorous courses, the student has engaged in ambitious pathways of study in the high school career. If I think about my own university system, the University of California system, broadly, University of California system will give credit for an AP score of 3 or higher, but it differs by major. Schools like Cornell, Penn, Princeton, and Columbia will give AP credit for exam scores of 4 or 5, but again, that varies by subject. Brown and Dartmouth don't give the credit at all, and Harvard gives credit for a score of 5. MIT and Caltech, venerable schools, will not give any credit for STEM or AP classes, even if a student gets a 5 on the AP exam, and there is one exception, and that's Physics C. But the challenge is, on average, less than 40% of the very select few of students who take AP score a 3 or higher on the exam. Of those who pass at the highest score, it's 11.9% who take it pass environmental science with a 5. In physics, only 8.8% pass with a 5, chemistry 10.6, and so on. It's quite low. And so if you think about the fact that the students who are already represented in such courses are a very select group of predominantly white and Asian students who are of upper middle class by and large and beyond, then of those very privileged students, very few of them actually pass at the 4 or 5 level. That just really reduces the opportunities for students in general. So while AP courses certainly prepare students well for college classroom discussions, and admissions officers certainly factor that in as a part of a holistic examination of a student's dossier, it is not the only decision, and frankly, college admissions officers understand that while they prepare students well for college classroom discussions, it doesn't, and the foundations of content, they don't necessarily prepare students for college courses that require analytic and synthetic thinking, reasoning, and writing, something that dual enrollment college preparation courses, community college courses could do for students. So when I turn to the thought about dual enrollment courses, on the other hand, it's opened up an opportunity for many students who are low income, white working class, white poor, and certainly black and brown students who are of working class and the working poor in particular. It has opened up a pathway to earning college credit toward a degree. In many states, the credits that high school learners earn while pursuing dual enrollment classes are totally transferable to the public universities of the state. And frankly, some private colleges in some of the states around the country also accept credit transfers. Stanford is one of the top private schools that does accept dual enrollment credit. If any college level work appears on the high school's transcript for a student that applies, for example, to Stanford, the admissions officer can speak with the high school counselor to confirm that those courses meet the requirements for community college transfer credit at Stanford. An important benefit of dual enrollment in the college admissions process is that it serves as evidence that a student has intellectual curiosity and a love of learning. And these are frankly all very strong, very positive factors in determining a student's success factor when an admissions officer is making a decision about application to top colleges. Dual enrollment classes provide students with a safe context for exploring career fields and pathways prior to actually entering college. And one of the big benefits is persistence. According to a study conducted by Columbia University, 88% of dual enrollment learners proceeded to college or university after high school. Getting a head start in high school, this research shows, has a significant effect on future learning options. An important point when we think about opening up college and career pathways for more children, frankly, for all children. We want that. I know we do. Students can take advantage early on of campus resources, which is a really big deal. Being able to talk with campus counselors, being able to have access to the lending library, and being able to do that while in college as a dual enrolled student. And then finally, attaining good credit in dual enrollment classes is regarded as a boost for the college application. So if a student gets a C or higher, obviously an A or a B or even better, that is going to be a big boost in the college application. So I applaud your district for really creating this pathway to dual enrollment. It is going to be a wonderful equity opportunity for far more children than ever before, and you are certainly engaging in the process that many other school districts around the country are finding finding that it to be important and finding it to be valuable. So thank you for the opportunity to talk with you.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez. I just want to make sure that I acknowledge Dr. Gomez. She is the full tenure professor at the University of California at Los Angeles, UCLA. So at this time, we're going to ask our final speaker to please come to the podium, Dr. Lisa Williams, who is representing the Commissioner of Higher Education's office. Dr. Williams.
Good evening. Thank you all so much for permitting us to speak, to the chairman, vice chair of the board, to all of the members. It is always good. We are always excited when we have an opportunity to join hands with our friends in K-12 and talk about something that we believe to be extraordinary opportunity for our students. Let me just start by doing just a bit of table setting, if it's okay, to talk about what we've been doing at the Board of Regents. 2 years ago, 2019, pre-pandemic, the Board of Regents released its new North Star for higher education. That North Star, our master plan, is called Louisiana Prospers. And one of the things that we discovered is that we had to increase educational attainment by doubling the numbers from then to 2030. And in order for us to get where we needed to be based on the research that we had looked at, we were going to have to get to 60% of individuals with credentials, degrees, or some form of valuable certification by 2030 in order for our state to really move the needle and to prosper. And so for us to do that, it was a full court press and all hands on deck. There is a prosperity pipeline for Louisiana, and the challenge that we have is that it's messy. It does not happen. You go to pre-K, you go to kindergarten, you go to K through 8, then you go to 8 through 12, and then you go to community college and on to a 4-year. There's stop-ins, stop-outs. There's a lot that goes on in there, and individuals, some have to take care of families, some have to do other things, some are on the are high flyers, and they start and go into our K-12 system and do exceptionally well, go on to take AP, IB, and move the needle, go to 4-year, get their doctorate, and go on. And we need that for our economy. But there are opportunities that are out there that we know need opportunities for students to have early exposure to technical career education, and there to be value in all pathways. We believe in dual enrollment as one of the best examples of a talent initiative in action. By redesigning high schools like this Pathways to Bright Futures work that is coming forward, we're able to get more college to kids rather than just getting kids to college. We have found that studies have shown that those who participate in dual enrollment are more likely to enroll in post-secondary studies, build academic momentum, and get a degree. In fact, students who go on to a four-year institution after having taken at least one dual enrollment course are 10% more likely to complete their bachelor's degree. Dual enrollment connects student interest, aptitude, and the world of work, and demonstrates to them that college is not only a possibility, but it is a true reality. We are excited that while students may have had the opportunity to earn college credit in the past, programs like this Pathways to Bright Futures ensures that doing so becomes easy and it becomes achievable. And for that, we do commend your great work. It steers students toward the right on-ramps to post-secondary education while they're still in high school. Our message to parents of K-12 students in the room would be that dual enrollment now is for everyone. Dual enrollment is your opportunity as your students get ready to enroll in high school. They can also or simultaneously enroll in college at the same time. And providing students with a pathway to earn college credit during high school ultimately saves two things. It saves time, and the thing that parents are interested in, it saves money. We can all attest to the fact that the past 2 years have brought a lot of uncertainty. We've had a lot to deal with storms and back-to-back storms and a pandemic, etc. But one of the things that we are very proud of is that despite the pandemic, Louisiana has seen an increase in dual enrollment participation. It simply adds more options for students, for schools, for families to get the education that they need to prosper. And we know that the passport to the middle class is education. A degree not only helps a family, it improves our communities, and it is a huge impact on the local economy. As leaders, it's our job to create these navigational tools that enable students to explore their interests, their aptitude, and connect them to a college degree that makes sense. We're moving toward a more personalized, flexible high school and college experience, with the lines being blurred all the more between high school and college. And when we get this right, Louisiana will prosper. It's about eliminating any belief gaps. And what we're seeing is that when students are challenged with the rigor of dual enrollment in the same ways that they're challenged with the rigor of advanced placement and international baccalaureate programs, when they get the same rigor, students rise to the occasion. We are excited to see that the more that you give students opportunity to achieve, when they do, their belief needle begins to move and it makes a difference. So no matter the zip code, no matter the race or place, we want to develop talent. And we need the students to participate in dual enrollment to build that academic momentum necessary to either continue on to a four-year degree or into the workplace. This is exciting times. This is extraordinary work, and we are happy to be a partner with you. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take questions if there's the time.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Dr. Narcisse, that concludes your team's presentation.
So we'll open up for questions from the board.
I don't see any other board members. I'm not gonna take a lot of time with my questions. Just got a couple of things I have concern about, and then board member Gode, I see has queued. I have a lot of, how will schools engage students on what is a non-diploma track? Define diploma track and non-diploma track.
Yes, thank you, Vice President Collins. A diploma track student is a student who's matriculating through their academic program in high school with the expectation that they'll be earning a high school diploma from the state of Louisiana. A non-diploma track student is a student who's not on that pathway to study. And most students are qualified as being non-diploma students based on their IEP.
So then there's only those that have an IEP more or less?
Yes, not more. I want to make sure that I'm clear because
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
not excluding students in IEPs. But those students who are in their IEPs who
Have
have
the
significant,
option.
yes, who have been that the IEP is defined that those students are to matriculate on a non-diploma track.
Define workforce and adult living programs.
So the ESS team here at EBR has a program called Jesse. You might be familiar with it, and that program is was established before we even were aboard as a new administration. The program is designed to provide our students, ESS students, with opportunities to have work-based experiences, internships, jobs while in school. That's a workforce development, and also developing soft skills to be able to function outside of the school world that they're accustomed to. So workforce development is just the ability to develop the students' skills in the workplace so they can be successful and also be marketable for entry upon exiting grade level school.
Tell me about the child who is not special needs identified, so they don't have an IEP or a 504 plan necessarily, but they a grade or two behind. How do we handle those? How do we deal with those?
So in the Pathways to Bright Futures program, we're going to address those needs like we are addressing them now. We were intentional in the design of the program to have an undergirding of support. So in the program's design, in the model that Dr. Nastoval displayed, you saw that we have a model that includes in-class support that is in collaboration to the faculty member who will be providing the direct instruction for those dual enrollment courses. So we thought it would be appropriate to maintain a certified teacher in the content area in which students are studying in that space, particularly on the days in which the college professor is not scheduled to engage with those students. That classroom teacher's role is to collaborate with the instructor, to provide academic support and progress monitoring for the students, and also make observations of what students' needs are. Also, they will do what any other teacher would do. If they identify that a student is struggling, they will identify what those struggles are and give students resources to help them appropriately access the content that they might be having challenges in.
So, Chief Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
those students who are 1 year or more behind in a regular high school English, social science, what have you, well, in particular, let's the core subject areas. They already have to have intervention. So we're gonna add more intervention for the dual enrollment class?
So that's support.
Okay.
Intervention is prescriptive.
Okay.
And they will still have support because I'm glad you mentioned intervention because in the course schedule there isn't an opportunity for students not to be provided with that service that they'll need because that is also built into the design. But we're building in additional support, and that support is for any student, whether the student is 2 grades behind or on track and they're just distracted and struggling. We just want to make sure that we're appropriately monitoring and providing resources for students to successfully engage in the content of study that we're providing to them.
What is the current credit earning potential for the AP courses? On the slide with will the Pathways to Brighter Futures course schedule prohibit students from enrolling in AP and no yada yada AP course in place of the dual enrollment course will reduce their credit earning from a max of 10 to 8. What is it now? Right now they get 8
Yes.
for AP? Okay.
Traditional course scheduling across our high schools allows for students to have the potential to earn 8 credits. One of the benefits of the Pathways to Bright Futures program is that the dual enrollment courses are semesterized, which provides students with additional opportunity to earn more credits based on their successful completion of those courses. So that's how we elevated the number from 8 to 10.
Okay. And that's a policy change? What is that?
No, that's not a policy change.
Is
It's a
that currently
structural.
what the 10,
No.
DE is already 10?
DE courses are already offered at the semester level because the college and university offering the course defines the schedule for those courses.
I'm sorry, because I want to make sure I didn't confuse myself.
Okay.
AP was already, the standard is 8 courses, credits, excuse me, max.
So AP is not a credit standard. We're talking about how we schedule courses. So an AP course is traditionally scheduled as a full year offering.
Got you. Okay.
So the distinction between the DE course is that
Okay.
colleges schedule courses on a semesterized manner.
Okay. Okay. What are the required credentials for someone to teach dual enrollment courses?
So I know that they must have a master's or degree or higher in the specific content area that they will be instructing. And that's a limited explanation. I will follow up with an answer to that because I want to make sure that I'm clear on what the appropriate answer will be. But on a general level, I know that it's a master's degree or higher in the area of concentrated study that they'll be instructing.
Master's degree or higher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the subject area. What's the, I meant to send an email, superintendent, and didn't get a chance to, but as we do sometimes during meetings, we'll ask for information. So let me ask the number of Glen Oaks ninth graders total, the number of Glen Oaks ninth graders in dual enrollment, and the status of those that are in dual enrollment. And if there's been any change with the number who are in dual enrollment, who started and currently, like, I would like to see that as well.
Okay.
Yes, we'll follow with that data.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then my last question is, I know dual enrollment costs money. This isn't our first rodeo with dual enrollment. I do appreciate an exerted effort in ramping up dual enrollment. But that being said, I know there's a dollar amount attached. Have we done a fiscal note on how much this is gonna cost? And then when will the board be asked to approve that dollar amount?
So we have been already in conversations about that. Kelly Lopez, can you come on up, our Chief Financial Officer? There's variations to costs based on institutions. So the cost that would be at the community college, if a child's taking dual enrollment course there, is different from the cost at LSU. And so I'll let Kelly give you the
Yes, so the cost will vary. So as we work through the master schedules of each high school, as well as working with each of the administrators and determine the proper provider that will work at that school, we'll be able to do a better cost analysis. We're at the very beginning of this. Currently, we do have funding allocated through the ESSER dollars for dual enrollment, and we have anticipation that the state will assist us through additional SCA funding.
Anticipation, is it approved and is it in our bank account? Or has it been approved to be sent to our bank account? State dollars that we
No.
anticipate? Okay.
No.
Let me make sure, at least for me, I won't
Sure.
speak for anyone else, but please give me hard numbers.
We have funding in ESSER available for dual enrollment at this moment.
Okay.
And we're going to work through different funding sources when we determine the providers and the different dual enrollments that'll be offered at each of the high schools.
Okay, so we giving, and I appreciate that we're doing a decent job, a good job of giving some hard information, like all students will take X number of dual enrollment, yada, yada, yada. I respect that different institutions have different prices. Give me a range that, okay, we know 9 times out of 10, we're gonna partner with institution A, B, C, D. Based on that, the highest cost for institution, the lowest cost institution.
Okay.
Ms. Collins, because we saying we got a plan and we gonna have 4 classes for this year, next year, etc. Then the range for dual enrollment may cost, you know.
Absolutely. I'll work with Ms. Levatino and get some numbers for you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And just a quick note, we were trying to have a hard stop at 4:45 on our workshop. We do have a band that's gonna present. This is a workshop and not something that requires board action. We know that a lot of community folks are interested, in particular in this subject. Because it's not requiring board action, we will not be having public comment at the mic. But because board members have received a lot of feedback from some of you, then at the very least, we need to make enough time for board members to ask questions on your behalf. So, but board members, let's be mindful of, we have some folks ready to perform for us. All right, and so board member Godey.
Thank you. I had three areas that I was concerned about. In particular, one of them was covered in great detail and length by Ms. Collins around the support structure for the students. I'll skip that one. My next one revolves around the teaching staff, our faculty that is here today. I recognize that some may become adjunct employees of the schools, of the universities, but what would a day be like for a regular, really good teacher, possibly an AP teacher today, but teaching a dual enrollment? How do we see that? Because my understanding is professor would basically be in the classroom 2 days a week, and the teacher would be there the other 3 days, and there'd be a lot of collaboration about what's going to be taught, how it's going to be taught. So I guess some people have the image that the teacher is just going to be a hall monitor. And so could you talk about that some, please?
Thank you, Mr. Godey. So yes, there will be an opportunity for some of our teachers who are qualified to apply to the university to be an adjunct faculty member and provide instruction in their respective schools. However, the role of the classroom teacher who is there to support the college professor is not one that they're just supervising the space. They are to be actively engaged in the learning process for the students. Now, there is a line of delineation because the instructor is the teacher, and they are going to be responsible for the content and the tasks that students are being engaged in. However, it is the expectation of our program that the teacher who's in that classroom, who's a certified teacher, is engaged with that teacher in the planning of the activities for that class. They're engaging with the students directly at the time that the instructor is providing instruction to the class, and also on the days that they're not. So, and also they will be the direct contact for families who have questions about the engagement in the class for the students who are engaged in a dual enrollment. I also think that it's appropriate to note that we're talking about 2 to 4 classes a year. So a teacher schedule typically has more than one prep. So teachers will also have in their daily teaching schedules other classes where they'll still be the sole teacher. They will be responsible for teaching their other courses that'll be assigned to them based on the course schedule. So they will not just be mitigated to being a facilitator in a space. They'll be an active instructor, and they will also have a teaching schedule that will include other course options for them to provide instruction directly to students as well.
Thank you very much. And the other one, I think you did a very good job of talking through AP credits versus dual enrollment credits. It's funny, my goddaughter happened to be at my house today, and she's at Wellesley and has an associate degree from Dutchtown University through River Parish Community College, and she's now at Wellesley, a junior at Wellesley. But that besides the point. People have been doing a lot of website research.
Yes, sir.
And I keep hearing that over and over again. And one of the themes that keep coming up is the students we have today don't meet the requirements from the Board of Regents to be able to take dual enrollment classes, and B, that universities like Southern and everything else, which I have to admit, we met with the Southern president today, is not true, but people are out there reading off the websites that even schools like Southern won't accept the dual enrollment credits. Can you speak to those, or have the Board of Regents person come up and speak? I serve on a committee with her, and I draw a blank at the name right now. I'm sorry. Wake up. We got a question for you.
She's ready.
Okay. The question was that people have looked up on the internet and said that the Board of Regents has requirements right now that would preclude a ninth grader from taking dual enrollment credits. That a student has to have like a 3.0 or 3.5 average and some other things, or a 2.5 average. what are the requirements from the Board of Regents to be able to take a dual enrollments course?
That's what that's exactly what I was trying to pull for you. Our dual enrollment, we have a dual enrollment task force that has been meeting around this and working very closely with the state superintendent and his staff to make sure that there are no challenges between what the policy requires and when Regents originally set its dual enrollment policy, this task force had not yet come into place. And we were receiving input from superintendents around the state, et cetera. And it was incumbent upon us to make sure that a task force to remove barriers was put in place specifically for this purpose. Now, to answer your question specifically, what I'd like to do, if it's okay, is to make sure that we send back the most recent dual enrollment report. Says I heard the vice chair say she wants firm numbers. She don't want you to talk about extra stuff. Just tell her what is the real. So because of that, I'd really prefer to send to staff the information and have her distribute that to the board and to make it available publicly on the website, the link to the website, so that anyone can research what it is currently.
Great, okay. And so that would also apply, Ms. Smith, for the local in-state universities?
Absolutely. So Board of Regents provides oversight for all of the public post-secondary institutions within the state of Louisiana. So that's Southern University, all of its campuses, that system, UL system, all of its campuses, LSU, all of the LSU campuses, and the Louisiana Community and Technical College system. So when we send it, it'll be for all of our public post-secondary institutions.
Thank you very much.
You
And
are
please
welcome.
make sure you get the latest on the website.
Yes,
Our
sir.
mail servers would love it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you. In the conscience of time, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday.
Thank you, colleague. Board Member Darius Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. First of all, I'm happy to be back at Central Office. This is beautiful.
Yes.
Let me just say that. I know it's more roomy in here than what it was before. On this particular topic, though, I have to speak truth because I would be remiss if I didn't. This is possibly the most equitable policy that I have ever seen this school district pass. And this is the reason why. 76% of our school district is made up of Black or African American students. 75% of our students in total receive free and reduced lunch and live in low socioeconomic communities. Their parents cannot afford to send them to college. Those students have been left behind for so long. I was one of those students. I've seen several of my classmates unable to attend college or afford it because they just simply did not have the opportunity. This policy allows for access, opportunity, and gives hope to families who otherwise would not have it. My concern is this. When we first announced the pilot happening at Glen Oaks High School, there wasn't one word that was said. No one spoke against it. Everybody was for it. It was only after the superintendent said that we were going to spread this across our entire district that we started to hear a lot of noise. And it concerns me because that's not equitable. The definition of equity is placing resources where there is a need and not a want. What I'm hearing is that a lot of people don't want AP to go away. Guess what? It's not going away. And Mr. Superintendent has already said that. So that means that if he has come before us in the public, before you, our community, before this board, and has said that something that is not true, we have to hold him accountable for that. And I can guarantee you we definitely will. This is going to expand services for families who have never had a chance. We need this like yesterday. 25% of the weight of diploma in this state is heavily weighed on ACT scores. The average ACT score in East Baton Rouge Parish is a 16. How do you instill hope when we are not allowing access and opportunity? No one wants to hurt any school, but at the end of the day, the only two schools in this system that are propping us up cannot simply be Baton Rouge High School and Liberty High School. And let me just preface by saying this. I love and revere both of those schools. I love and revere the teachers that teach at those schools. I love and revere the students that attend those schools because they do a phenomenal job at making sure that they provide success for our entire district. But at the end of the day, there are other schools, Terra High School, Scotlandville High School, Glen Oaks High School, Broadmoor High School. I can continue to go on, who need these types of services because we have not given it to them in the past. Oftentimes, for the last decade, we've talked about access to opportunity. We've talked about equity. We cannot stop now, not when we're on the crux of literally providing this for our entire city. These students need it. Our community needs it. This is how we prop up our entire school system. How long are we going to remain a C school district? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. Because the only reason why we are continuously a C school district is because we have Baton Rouge High School and we have Liberty High School making the highest scores. On average, at Baton Rouge High School, the average score for ACT is a 26. At Liberty High School, the average score is a 22. Every other high school is averaging out around a 17 or below. That's not access, that's not opportunity, and that's not equitable. This time we have to do what is right for every single child and not some. I only ask you all tonight to have an open mind. Give this a chance, just a chance. And if it doesn't work, let's go back to the drawing board. But let's give this a chance and an opportunity. Today, the U.S. Secretary of Education was here, and he said that this is going to be the model for the rest of our country. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, who would have thought this is the model for the rest of our country? Are we going to pass this opportunity up? I just want us to really think about that. Because literally we're telling our children, if we pass this opportunity up, that it doesn't matter. We're only going to take care of some and not all, when we had an opportunity to fulfill a dream for every single family across this community.
Thank you, colleague. And our board member Bernard, I think I double tapped. I just want to make sure I didn't erase another board member before board member Bernard goes. Okay, board member Bernard.
Thank you. I have a number of questions for you, Dr. Narcisse. The first one is, a typical gifted student enters 9th grade having already completed high school credits in algebra and geometry. What would their math curriculum look like in 9th and 10th grade under the new system? And similarly, most enter high school with 1 to 2 high school language credits, at least 1 high school social studies credit, and at least 1 high school science credit. So could you address those questions?
You can repeat one more time so to make sure. So you're saying
The typical gifted student comes out of 8th grade with Algebra 1, Geometry, 2 foreign language credits, a social studies credit, and often a science credit. Other students, not just gifted students, some magnet schools also have the same arrangement. So what would their 9th and 10th grade?
courses look like?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes, we actually had, good evening, Ms. Bernard. We actually had a slide in the deck that spoke directly to that issue, because we do understand that not only are gifted and talented, but other students in the district advance from 8th grade with credits that they've earned while in middle grades. So if a student has completed, and I know that there are some students at Glasgow Middle, for example, who, as we spoke to a parent just last night, whose child has completed all Algebra 1 and Geometry. So they will advance in the progression of the course sequencing for those courses that they've already completed. So if I'm a student, I've completed Algebra 1 and Geometry. In my 9th grade year, the next course in the sequence will typically be Algebra 2.
Right.
So that student would be scheduled in Algebra 2. If the student has completed level 1 and level 2 of a foreign language, then no, we're not going to double them down and have them repeat the course. We will again advance them to the next level of coursing. Students in the Pathways to Bright Futures will also have opportunities to take other humanities course. Please keep in mind that the sample that we're sharing with you is a sample. Student scheduling is based on student course needs and interests. And so through academic advisement and appropriate scheduling, we will ensure that students are matriculating towards their final goal of completing the academic course
Okay.
courses that they have that is designed specifically for them.
Thank you. I have another question. Why is the program mandatory?
The reason we believe that it's important to provide access for kids is we cannot remediate children to success. Therefore, what we have said, as the same thing as the Secretary of Education of the United States talked about today in his visit, who visits millions of schools across the nation, is that we have to provide much more higher level, rigorous courses for students. And so what we've said is we are going to set the floor, and students will be exposed to these courses. Where parents have options is whether they want the course to count as a college credit or a high school credit. But it's important that we provide students with rigorous access to courses. And what our job is to ensure there's rigor that happens, whether it's an AP, dual enrollment, or any course that's provided.
Thank you.
Board Counsel Shamlin. Board Member Dyson.
Yes, thank you. So I have a couple of questions. Let's see. So one of the questions that I have is, what does this look like in the elementary and middle school? As to, like, because we're halfway through with this year for our 8th graders. So how are they going to, what have we done to ensure that they're ready?
That's a good question. And so hopefully we are preparing them to matriculate into high school with the appropriate academic structures for high school access. Right now, we have initiated this program with our high school cohort of students. We know that as we grow this program, it's not going to begin in grade 9. It's going to have to begin at grade pre-K. So we're going to have to be very intentional in how we're designing curriculum and instruction. So as students matriculate through elementary into middle school, they will have the skills they need to be able to access the content that they'll be introduced to through this program. Also, our superintendent has often promoted the notion that we want to give access to students earlier. So we're even looking at now, as we continue to build out this design, is to find additional opportunities for our students to take advanced courses even in middle grades. So some of the students that Ms. Benoit referenced who are taking advanced courses and getting high school credits now in middle school, we want to expand that across the district. So those students, like the students at Glasgow and other students who have that access to those courses, will be able to have that prepping prior to initiating the full pathway that we've designed for them that can culminate with a degree or a certificate in an industry-based credential.
And if I could add to that, Board Member Dyson, yesterday, even as we were talking to a parent, we were getting feedback from a parent from Glasgow. We've been thinking about putting in the 8th grade a transition course where we can help prep them go into 9th grade. And so because we started off with a pilot at the 9th grade level, we're starting to build out, going through, and we'll be engaging with leaders in that conversation.
And Dr. Nixon, I can just add, thank you for bringing that up, because also in the current model, there is a freshman seminar class for our 9th graders. There's also a transitional course which engages students around some academic preparation, but also some research and study skills that they will need to be able to engage at these more rigorous courses in an appropriate manner.
I have some concerns about those students who are having difficulties with reading and they're below reading level, and I know that we administer tests to help us build our understanding of where students are along the way, and have done that this semester. Is the data showing that we can just jump right in at 9th grade next year? What about those students who are having trouble in traditional classes?
So one of the reasons we thought it would be appropriate to pilot this program is because we wanted to be able to get data to support what we are presenting to you today. And Glen Oaks is a school that has some challenges. If we look at the scores at that school, we know that our students have not performed at the level in which we would like for them to perform at. But even with those performance scores on their assessments, the 9th grade students in the cohort that have engaged in this are passing the dual enrollment courses. They're doing well. So as of today, and we're still finalizing the data, but the majority of those students have at least earned 3 hours of college credit in the courses that they were engaged in for semester 1, and they'll be moving on to semester 2 dual enrollment courses in the spring.
That brings me to my next question, and that is, when we decided to pilot this at Glen Oaks, how were the 50% or less students selected to be part of the pilot?
So there was no selection criteria. So all the students who engaged in the program the only stipulation was that you need to be a first-time ninth grader, not a repeat ninth grader. Now, I think that some of the things that are confusing in some of the reports that we have seen and about how many students are actually participating, I think that it would be appropriate for me to give you some facts about that. So remember, we're talking about a first-time ninth grader, who is on a diploma track. So some of those students who are in that total number of ninth graders that is being reported are not on a diploma track. The other consideration are repeat ninth graders. There are some students who actually are in their second year in high school and they still have a classification as grade 9. So those students were also included in that number. And lastly, you have some students who entered into our school system late. They entered into the school system after the dual enrollment courses began at the community college, so therefore they weren't eligible to access the course at that time. However, those students will have access in the spring semester for the courses for the program.
Okay, let me ask you this. So, in going forward, that for next year, what are we going to do about those that are not first-time ninth graders?
So they will be applying this program the way that other upperclassmen are being engaged in the program. We're not limiting access to dual enrollment or AP courses for students in grades 10 through 12. However, they will not be on this prescribed design of the Pathways program because we're initiating that with the ninth grade cohort and progressively moving up towards the grade levels from year to year.
So what you're saying is, in all of our schools, if they are a repeat ninth grader, they will not participate in this program.
Yes, ma'am. I'm saying they will not be a part of the cohort.
And so it will be a like scenario that is at Glen Oaks currently. So they're not going to be a repeat, and they're only going to be the ones that are on the diploma track. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I could just clarify that. So in the current design right now, kids are in a cohort. And so in that current cohort that they're in, those are first-time ninth graders. However, if you are a repeat ninth grader and you are able to get the particular courses in place, we just have to have a different cohort. So there's off-ramps and on-ramps for you to still get to progression. And so I just don't want us to come out that there's one access, one group, not the other. What Chief Smith is saying is that in order for us to make sure that the cohort is pure, we're going to be having first-time ninth graders in that. And if you're a repeated ninth grader, you're going to have a different cohort that you'll be in, but you will have access. You may not be in the same progression. So an example would be if you are in the pure cohort, you may be on track to easily get to the associate's degree within that major. If you're a repeated ninth grader, you're going to have additional courses, supplements, so you may get college credit, but you may not have enough to get the 60 credits.
Okay, so that brings me to my next question, and I think this could help.
Oh, and if I could make one more, and if you are taking advanced placement courses, there's not necessarily a path to get a major in the AP space as well. So those are all different sets of cohorts. So the biggest difference that you'll see between children in the cohort for the dual enrollment is that they're working towards a particular major. If you're in advanced placement, we'd have to match up that for you to get to that same major. Because remember, one of the goals that we're pushing is for students, by the time they graduate, is to be able to get to the associate degree in a particular major.
So are we committed to having that separate cohort and their own sequencing for those that take advantage of our AP? So it's going to be its own cohort, and it's not going to, so I've heard, as long as it aligns with our new course sequencing. Are we going to deliberately have course sequencing that we embrace for those taking AP or a combination of AP and dual, depending on the subject matter and the ability of that child according to them and their parents? So we are committed to offering these different types of cohorts with these different course offerings that stay with our course sequencing.
We're committed to scheduling all students based on their needs and interests.
And abilities.
Needs and interests.
So the other question that it brings to me is, so these different cohorts, and we're talking about the ninth grader that's a repeat ninth grader. We also have children that are not repeat ninth graders, but they are not up to where they need to be academically. They struggle. They have learning disabilities, but they can, and even some are in our dedicated magnets, I can speak to this, that they need supports, even in dedicated magnets. And with the 2.5, they've been able to do it, but it's required a lot of remediation, and they're working hard, and they're dedicated to it. Their parents are dedicated to it, and it's taking the village. Is that parent going to have the option to decide to be in that cohort that we've designed for these repeat ninth graders? Can that become a more inclusive group so that parents have that choice? My child is ready. My child is not emotionally ready for this, or educationally ready, or psychologically ready, mentally ready, whatever. They know their child. So are we going to have some ability for parents, as we aim to increase parental choice, that my son can do it in math, but I want to, but he certainly can't do it, or yet, not can't and never will, but just not yet. And so is there a way to have that cohort of ninth graders that are repeating open up to some other exceptionalities or choice as well?
So let me make sure we level set on this. We will not remediate children to success.
Yeah.
So no matter what course we give a child, we have to make sure it's a rigorous course, it's a high-level course, and it's to their ability of that. Mm-hmm. And so what I want to make sure that we're not confusing is that if you're saying to me, if a parent says, I want my child to take a low-level course, I wouldn't know what that means when you
not
say
low level.
But I'm just giving an example.
Traditional.
Yeah. So a part of the course option in this is parents will have the choice. Children in these courses, whether you're in dual enrollment or even if you're in AP, should have the options on making sure that whether these courses should count towards college or not. And what we should do, whether they're in the courses, and there's a lot of research that shows that when you put children in courses that are rigorous and that are high level, they get more than just a traditional course in school. And this is why we push advanced courses. And so I just want to make sure that what we're saying is we want to make sure that every child has access to high-level courses, particularly in the course sequencing. And this is why we went down this road. The other part I want to make sure we're clear on is not every parent even thinks about, right, whether they should want that child to be in this particular high-level course. There are different parents who are engaged in schools with schools in different ways. Some just say, here's school system, here's my child, go to school. And so what we try to do, even if you look at AP, there's an AP potential tool that they do because they try to get teachers to promote kids to go into AP classes. What we're trying to do is open up access that we give kids already that opportunity, so those choices are more automatic than not. And then the last thing I want to share is Glen Oaks High School has showed us something different as well. You have children that are currently in that pilot that didn't do great on the LEAP, right, which is one test, right? And they are doing just fine in the program. And so what I am kind of excited about that I commend this board for is that we're doing things like quarterly benchmarks, because now we can see how kids are actually growing quarterly, which we'll be presenting to you over time. And so I want to make sure as we're taking some of this data, we have to be able to provide data where we can show growth quarterly and not versus this high stakes approach that we do right now. And the reality is, even as we are advocating, that's what we're judged on. You take the one test and then, you get a grade, and then communities are responding to that grade, right? But that may not mean that that child could have a bad day on that day of the test. There's so many factors, and I'm not trying to discredit LEAP, but I'm just saying is it's much more broader. And so what we're doing in our approach, and why you heard even today with the Secretary of Education and others that we're trying to open up access for rigor regardless, is a good thing. And that's why we believe that you should have, whether it's AP, IB, dual enrollment, all those components, and we have to provide more options. And within those options, I think parents could be able to even make more choices within those options.
And I understand we're on a time restraint here. I'm going to try to run through these other questions and that I have here. I think that because we're on this tight timeline, I'm very hopeful that we are going to be. I would even request another board workshop where we can actually see the data from the pilot and actually see these students, what they came in as, not individual names or anything, but they came in with these scores. This is this is what they took. This is where they are now. This is the percentage that's passing with a C or better. How many are getting C's? How many are getting B's? How many are getting A's? So we will see how that parent would want to choose, like, it's, if I'm 13 or 14 years old and I take a class that's dual and I make a C in it. But if I had waited till I was 16 or 17 maybe to take that class, I might have could have made an A. And do I want it to follow me to college? And that has to be a parental decision. And remember, we had talked about that I'm asking for a specific timeline that parents will have ending the class, seeing the grade, and then we are very specific and detailed about, then there will be this time period of such and such many days or whatever, once the grade has posted, that they can then opt out of it being on any college transcript.
Yes, and thank you. We are defining that process now with our partner in BRCC, and that information we also communicating in the MOU that we'll have as we build out this program and implement it for the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you. And real quick, in this PowerPoint, then you mentioned 2 to 4, you had said, classes per year. But I thought it was 4. So tell me about that.
I think
2 to 4.
I think they were the potential to have 12 to 18 credits. But the 2 to 4 depends on how the student makes options, right? So there will be 4 course offerings for dual enrollment. However, if a student opts to take another type of advanced course, they will limit their opportunity in their course schedule to have more advanced courses.
So you're saying we're going to have this cohort that can opt for you know, these two I want to, I'm hanging with the AP, but I'll do these two dual, or I know I want 4 AP or whatever. But the AP that's being offered currently is still going to be offered going forward.
We hope to add AP courses to our repository.
Add AP courses and ensure that they are aligned with course sequencing of some kind of end goal.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then I again want to stress that I would like Southeastern at this table. We have a lot of students, especially on my end of town, because they can get to Hammond easier than they can get to Southern or LSU. And so we
Board member Dias.
gotta get Southeastern at this table.
We received that message, and
Thank
and
you.
just so you know, the Southeastern is also heavily dual enrollment as well.
Thank you.
As you know, your child was dual
Yes.
enrollment, so
One of mine LSU, one of them Southeastern.
that's correct. So,
Different deals.
Yes, we're pushing all those conversations.
Okay, great. And then, so I'm hoping we'll have another workshop. I'm actually requesting it to where we can get the specifics on Glen Oaks and the pilot and get real detailed information about what it looked like, how it went, what we've learned, lessons learned, what we're going to do a little differently, what we're going to stay the course with, and that kind of thing. But at the same time, I would like as much emphasis on discussion of potential certifications and how those pathways will look as we have had with this dual enrollment. It, to me, is as much a priority of a track as the dual enrollment associates. So I don't know, I'm trying to get more information on, so does the dual enrollment also part of the certification? And which certifications and
The industry-based certifications.
and I'd like
yes.
just a workshop on that, because I think the public is we're only getting this big thing about AP, dual enrollment, that kind of thing. But I want to see certifications, because CTEC is not accessible to students who live in the Northeast area and go to school at Northeast or the Woodlawn High School area. So what certifications are we bringing to these schools that cannot feasibly, logistically access our CTEC?
So we will do that in the next workshop.
Right.
I'll talk to the board leadership on that to do that,
Excellent.
and then we'll also bring in, because we're working with business partners too,
Yes.
so we'll have them come as well. 'Cause,
Great.
You know, we've been working on this for 10 months now,
Great.
doing this work.
And I'd also like information on how many dual enrollments and how many AP classes are currently being offered at each of our high schools, middle schools, and how many of these courses per grade level. So what are we starting with, and what those subjects are at each school in each grade. Okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Board Member Gode. Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Ware Jackson, you said yours wasn't working.
Yeah, her machine's not working.
I'll have to come back over here and hook me up again because it went away. So, and I was requesting to speak, but so I wanted to I had some concerns, around the AP conversation, and just wanted to make sure that AP was still available for those that want access to AP. And I also wanted to speak about the supports for students, especially when it comes to getting the credits moved up towards the university, to make sure that we have the school counselors helping the students, and it's not just the students' responsibility to do this, or the parents, so that they have the extra supports in place, because many of the students who wouldn't traditionally even look towards being college bound wouldn't know how to do that. And so I just want to make sure that we have everything in place to support those students and parents who are who probably didn't even dream of the ability to have college credits, you know. And I think that the access to these college courses in high school is going to be very beneficial to those students who think they can't. You know, when you think about that child that was speaking at the luncheon presentation, where she thought she could have never imagined that she had the ability to do what she's doing, and you know, a lot of them don't have that kind of vision. So I know it kind of feels like we're forcing a vision on them. Some of them may feel that way, but it's going to be. I think it's going to be a good thing. You know, that they'll have this access and they can dream bigger and they can experience it a little bit and get their feet wet and really start thinking, you know, I really can do this, you know, and really become college bound and really do well later. So, but you know, there's a lot of anxiety in the air around, you know, whether we're going to have AP just the way we want to have AP, the way we've been doing it all along. They still have access to it, and it's not a one or the other kind of thing, or you know, we're not cutting out anything. We're adding to what's available. And there was one other thing I saw earlier in the presentation, that there will be other community meetings, and I'm hoping that you will repeat those dates because they flashed up there, and I'm sure, you know, people want to know when we'll have more discussions around this so that they can be available to do this, because, you know, 4 o'clock in the afternoon is a really difficult time for parents and other people that, you know, are still at work right now. And so I think it'll be very beneficial to have more of these and have it at a time where it's more accessible to working families.
Yes, Board Member Jackson. We'll work with the communications team to make sure this is widely published, and so that the community knows when those dates and times for these upcoming meetings will be.
And there was one other little question around, does dual enrollment grade affect the students' GPA the same way as a regular course would, or is there a difference in the effects on their GPA?
Well, actually, a DE course has a higher quality point value. So students who take the dual enrollment courses actually have ability to actually boost their GPA based on their performance in the courses.
And we have confirmation that the credits do transfer to our Louisiana schools and beyond.
Yes, and I heard Dr. Williams say that she's going to provide us with more concrete information. However, I will suggest that on the Board of Regents website, there is a Louisiana transfer credit matrix. It's an articulation agreement between all the public state universities and colleges in the state. So that's a place that we can reference to see what those transfer abilities are.
So, you know, it looks like we have a high school redesign here, Dr. Narcisse. And, you know, so it's a challenge, and I know it's a little scary to some people when you're looking at change. Change is always a little scary, a little risky, and I'm a little nervous myself about it. But I'm trusting that that you educators, you professionals, you PhDs know what you're doing, and that, you know, we've hired you and entrusted you with this job, and to move our district forward, and to make some bold moves, you know, and you know, we may feel a little bit outside of the box, or, you know, so, but we're hanging in here, and we're supporting you on this. So just want you to know that, and hoping that we see the little problems coming forward, or whenever we see something, we'll just jump ahead and try to nip it in the bud and take care of what we need. But the main thing, I believe, is that we need to have all the supports in place for those students, you know, on the campus and beyond. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you. Board Member Collins, one of the things that was brought up many times, I'm just addressing you, I'm sorry, but is the fact of school counselors. And I think this type of program will require a tremendous amount of work by our school counselors. And I just wanted to remind the board and remind the public that this year we made a concerted effort to refocus the school counselors on students and not be the people that administered tests or monitored LEAP exams or all these sorts of things, that we freed up their time to be actual counselors and to be able to work with the students, to be able to make these course pathways and all these things to work through that. So one of the things that has already been done and already put in place is really upping the amount of time that our counselors have to work with the students. So I just wanted to make sure that point was made. Going back to some of our web search kings and queens, one of the questions, and I don't mean that in a bad way, I'm just saying, that, hey, it's their children and they're concerned and they want to make sure they can do the best for their children, which is totally understandable and I admire. We talk about the process for choosing whether or not a dual enrollment course will be counted for a dual enrollment or counted for just high school credit. Some people are saying that many universities, or some universities, I don't know what some means, that they don't allow that. What is that the way it works, or how will that work within our system? So if I choose not to do it, if I'm a ninth grader and I have a really bad year, I don't want to mess up my college GPA, so I don't take that. But so can you speak to that issue a little bit?
Yes. So on the Louisiana Believes website, Louisiana Department of Education, there's a matrix there that has dual enrollment, AP, CLEP, NIB, and there are several questions there. And one of the questions is just that: can a student claim to accept or opt out of college course credit in all four of those categories? And the answer is yes. And that's from my Department of Education's website.
And what about colleges outside of Louisiana?
So what the students will be taking dual enrollments primarily here in the state of Louisiana with our local universities and colleges. However, I will say that in my conversations yesterday with one of our partners, Dr. Barlow, we began to research the Education Commission's website that also outlines the policies for all the 50 states in the union. And we identified states from California, Idaho, to Michigan who have a similar policy as Louisiana does.
Okay, so I think we should try to be very clear on that, because I don't want parents to sit there and think they have an option that can come back and bite their student at the end of the day. Now, I assume if you declared before the class started, you had that option to declare, and that's not an issue.
Yeah, and that's the policy that we are working out now with our local universities. It will be a claim at the beginning of the course about whether or not you want this course to be credited for dual enrollment or do a dual credit. And I think it's important too that we make a distinction between dual credit and dual enrollment. So dual enrollment means that I'm taking concurrently a course for both high school and college. The crediting of that course is dual credit. The dual credit means that I can accept this credit that will apply to both my high school academic record as well as my post-secondary record. And so that is the terminology that we have been using interchangeably, but I do agree with you, Board Member Gode, we need to be more clearer about what that means, and we will make sure that we provide those resources to our families so they'll be able to understand.
Because one of the
that
things you
process
said,
works.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's
one
fine.
of the things you just said was before the course, and I think we're talking about after the course. So Susie comes in and made a C or a D, or let's say made a C, and I really don't want to accept that. So we need real clarity on how that works. And so I know as we go through this, there's a million questions to ask and answer, but that's one that demands real clarity going in. And the second thing is we talk about associate degrees a lot. Just who would be granting the associate degree? Would it go ahead?
No, so we're going to be partnering with more than just BRCC, particularly as this program grows out. Louisiana Department of Regents declares that a student must take a minimum of 25% of their courses at a university or college to be credited, well, to be eligible to be awarded a degree from those universities. So based on our partnerships, whether it's Southern, LSU, BRCC, as we grow this out. Southeastern, yes, let me not forget Southeastern Board Member Dyson. If a student has a minimum of 25% of their credits, they can be awarded a degree from any one of those institutions.
Because I just want to be mindful that, we talk a lot about Louisiana, but, a good number of our students go out of state. So we need to be, if it's two different answers, here's the answer for Louisiana and here's the answer for out of state, our parents need to know that.
And I do want to make sure that I point out, we are talking about the Louisiana transfer degree. So
Yes.
we're talking about a state degree based on that articulation amongst our state institutions of higher learning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Godey. Along those lines, real quick, the student, and I'm gonna just use English, is taking dual enrollment English. I get the part about not the parent opting out of it being on a college transcript. What about the high school transcript?
So based on our current policy programming, that grade would appear on the high school transcript.
Okay, and then
If a family opted out of the college credit.
okay, but still on the high school. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I need, moving forward, better understanding on, like, I've said this before in other settings. My uncles were welders. As a matter of fact, it's a source of pride, particularly in my family, because they were amongst the first black welders. That doesn't require an associate degree, but they were master welders. Like, it's hard to, I think sometimes we have conversations that are dismissive of jobs and opportunities that are high level, well-paying, et cetera. And so I'm also not hearing that in this discussion. And so just moving forward, because I was trying not to say nothing, but I don't want to delay the time either.
So, Vice President Collins, in the next board workshop where we will be adding the industry-based certification, we wanted to provide more clarity around this area because we know this was the question
Okay.
a lot of our community had. But a part of the pathway is the industry-based certification into the 5 areas: construction, manufacturing, pre-med and med, transportation, logistics, and also liberal arts business management, so we'll talk much more into that because those pathways lead into degrees, into welding, and all those other areas. And so that's what I think our CEO roundtable and our business communities are excited about because again, Adam Knapp, who is the CEO of the chamber, talked about this. On Tuesday, when we were at the session, we have currently 44,000 jobs that are open right now in Baton Rouge, and you don't need to have bachelor's, master's, anything like that. You need to have industry-based certification, and he said it's been 20 years that they've been trying to get the school system to connect the K-12 space to jobs, and right now it's better for us to prepare our own here in our city instead of going to Austin, Texas, or other places to recruit to come here. And we think that we can close the gap not only from an academic standpoint and providing opportunity for kids, but more importantly from a financial standpoint, which we think is the direction that we're going to. So there's another half to this that we'll talk about, and that will go into what you talked about today.
Okay, and I'm glad to hear that because because some of the propaganda around education has been so geared towards, in the past decade or decade and a half, so geared towards university 4-year degree. That is where that gap has come from, locally and nationally. So I am glad to see an exerted push towards something else. Board Member Dyson.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to also swing back to, I think we need clarity on, so if the parent, and you said before, and then superintendent said, no, we're going to have a time limit, a time frame after they see the grade. So it's gonna be after
Get
they see
clarity.
the grade. We just need clarity on
Yes, we-
exactly what this looks like.
Absolutely. It is after. So.
Okay. And then the other thing was, I know that when we were transferring credits to colleges, multiple colleges, it seemed that it was an all or nothing. You either claimed them all or you couldn't claim any. You couldn't say, I'm going to claim. So we are then going to actually change the course title on the transcript to where it wasn't a dual enrollment class.
So could you
Yeah.
clarify the question? Because I want to make sure I'm clear.
So, and I know we're getting very technical, so maybe it would be good at this time, if it's okay with you, Board Member Dyson, if you send us those questions, we can add some of this to share with
Well,
the board and also with the public.
If someone can just write this down, please.
Okay.
That is it an all or nothing as far as when a parent decides that and a student that they want their credit transferred, what are they going to see for that class that they opted out after they saw their grade? What is going to show up? Okay. And then also, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of our community partners, but also I really want to thank all of the parents who have brought concerns, provided us with input, because I do believe that we are coming to a place where we're really trying to work together to ensure that this design doesn't leave out anyone. And so when we say all, we really do mean all, including those that are taking APE or whatever they're doing. And so I really appreciate that. I feel from this meeting today, I feel that we are walking into a space, a healthier place where we can, we have to hear the devil is in the details. And I appreciate, and I think this board needed to get the emails, to talk with folks, and so that we can make sure that we're designing something that really is going to be able to be successful for all of our families, and also keep us or put us in a position to be able to attract people that aren't choosing us now. We need to have that factored in there too. So I think it's important. We've got a lot of taxpayers that feel left out because they don't think that we're providing enough for them to choose us. And so I'd like to grow that. I'd like to really be able to use this as an invitation to come and join us with their own children. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so adjourned workshop. We have some students who have been patiently waiting to give us some Christmas joy. Thank you, students and parents. But we had to make sure that we as board members got the information that we need to better serve you. Okay. Okay.
guys, can y'all check the new flag position?
put me in the holiday spirit. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I tell you what, starting Wednesday, y'all can have the day off.
Monday and Tuesday, guys.
I want to get a picture with y'all. Come on in the picture.
I'm trying.
Out to see, to put our eyes on the students and the students to see us put our eyes on them. And so we're trickling in. 1, 2, 3. Soon as I get a quorum in the seat, then we shall proceed. Okay, we now have a quorum of board members present in the room. We shall get started. Thank you. All right, let me read my notice and instructions. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 75% capacity of the central office board meeting space. Once the capacity has been reached, and I'll just make this mention because it was brought to my attention. Pay attention to the little, just like if you go to the doctor's office or sit in any waiting room, we have some seats so we can help people socially distance. So pay attention to the labeling of the seats. You know, people who are in the same family, etc., sit together fine. But if you're not in the same family or household, rather, excuse me, then please be mindful of the social distance seating arrangements we have for you for safety. Okay, admission into the meeting space will be closed once we reach the 75% capacity. All audience members are required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. The regular meeting scheduled for December 16th at 5 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action is taken by the board on an item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public review, so we do not read them here during the meeting. We only take live comments here during the meeting, but they are on the official record, Okay, so we're not taking them for granted. Meeting opening, our invocation will be by the illustrious board member, Michael Gode, and our Pledge of Allegiance led by Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Ideneth Garcia Rodriguez, Woodlawn High School, accompanied by Colonel Eric Keys, Senior Army Instructor.
Thank you. Please rise. Dear Heavenly Father, in this season of joy, we have many things to be thankful for. We are thankful for our teachers and faculty who work so hard to educate our students, both in knowledge and in life. To our staff, including all school board and transportation workers who care for, feed, and transfer our students to ensure their well-being and safety. For the community members who give us the resources and support to carry out these tasks. For the families who entrust their children to our care and play the largest part in the educational workload that we have today. And finally, to the students themselves who bring joy to our life work with their spirit, energy, and love of learning. As we go about this work, may their well-being be at the center of all that we do and all that we undertake, and may we do all we can to help each and every student reach their full potential. We also ask that you bear up in your arms the family of our President, David Tapman, dealing with the recent death of his mother. In your name we pray. Amen.
Good evening, everyone, and happy holidays. My name is Colonel Eric Keys. I'm the Senior Army Instructor for Woodlawn High School, JROTC. I have the pleasure of introducing you to Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Ideneth Garcia. She is a senior at Woodlawn High School, and she's in our 4th year of the JROTC program there. She recently earned honors as the top leadership, education, and training level 4 JROTC cadet in the East Baton Rouge Parish. This is her 3rd consecutive year that she's earned honors as the top cadet. Ideneth she plays violin in Woodlawn High School Orchestra. She's the cadet battalion commander for the Woodlawn Panther Battalion. She takes honors, advanced placement, and dual enrollment classes where she maintains a 4.3 GPA. After high school, her plans are to attend Louisiana State University and major in engineering and minor in music. Cadet Garcia.
Thank you so much. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving forward with oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Board Member.
Okay. Can you come stand back up? I just want to take this opportunity from our board and our superintendent to commend you for being such a fine example of leadership and academic achievement at Woodlawn High School, and you just do a fine job representing us so well. And we look forward to seeing what all's in your future. So thank you so much, and please accept this as a token of our appreciation for all of your hard work and endeavors.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
to take this opportunity to thank the Woodlawn High School jazz band that just played for us. That was tremendously awesome as well. And big achievement of those students as well. And they have one more day of exams tomorrow that they've got to get home and study for right now. And said that that's where they were headed. So thank them for their hard work as well.
Thank you. All right. Roll call, Madam Secretary.
District 9, President Tapman. District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. Moving forward with item C1, the meeting minutes. Recommended action, approval of the school board minutes of the November 18th, 2021 regular board meeting and the November 4th, 2021 committee of the whole meeting as published in the official journal. It's moved by Board Member Bernard, and seconded by Board Member Dyson. Yes, you can. All right, Madam Secretary, please call the vote. Oh, what do I need to do? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm just so ready for the holiday. Seeing no request to speak from the board, seeing no public comment, back to the board, seeing no request to speak. Madam Secretary, now please call the vote.
Please vote.
There it is.
You can't get in. Can we do a roll call, Vice President?
Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Yay.
District 3, District 4, Vice President Collins.
Yay.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving forward with item D1, recognitions of Student of the Year. Because we had board member questions in our board workshop on the important subject of dual enrollment. Those students that were present for the Student of the Year recognition, we are in the midst of finals, and so we want to make sure that they are able to focus on their studies. So we will have those awesome students back at the January meeting, and now we'll move forward with the holiday greeting card contest winners.
Good evening, Vice President Collins, members of the board, Dr. Narcisse. My name is Glenn Sherman. I work for Mr. Joe Ferron in the Fine Arts Department. He was unavailable to attend this evening, so I'm substituting for him, and he sends his holiday greetings to all on the board. I am pleased to announce that every year EBR schools host a holiday card design contest for all students in the parish. This year we had a record number of entries, approaching 200. Our thanks to all students who participated. The first place entries in each category are made into cards for the EBR central office and school board members' use. And because of so many entries, 2 first place winners were picked for the elementary and the middle and then the high school levels. I am proud to announce this year's winners as follows. In our elementary category, from Ryan Elementary, Dr. Melvin Hollins, principal, and Mrs. Fanny Brown, the art teacher. 5th grader from Ryan Elementary, Maya McCrae. Also from our elementary division, from Wildwood Elementary, Mr. Daniel B. Edwards, principal, and Mrs. Jennifer Mayer, art teacher. 3rd grader, Antian Alice He. In our middle school category, both students are from McKinley Middle Academic Magnet School, Dr. Tangelo Rowan, principal, and Mr. Alan Morton, teacher. We have first Miss Isabel Flowers. And also from McKinley Middle Academic Magnet School, Miss Issy Nunez. And in our high school category, again, 2 students, both from the same school, Baton Rouge Magnet High School, Mrs. Nanette McCann, principal, and Mr. Chetan Atesh, teacher. We have Isadora Hayez. And we have Miss Rachel Rust. And these are your holiday card winners for the 2021-2022 school year.
First and foremost, this is truly an awesome moment to be honored in front of not only our board, but also our entire community. While I have the recognition or the acknowledgement of celebrating Miss Maya, I say again, all of you done a phenomenal job. And on behalf of our superintendent and our entire board, congratulations again. Thank you.
And from Wildwood Elementary, Miss Antian, is that correct? Alice, okay. Thank you. Congratulations.
And we have 2 from the wonderful McKinley Middle Magnet, Isabel and Izzy. Is it? Of course, we're the Bulldogs from Baton Rouge High. There's no name on here. Oh my goodness.
It goes with that one.
Oh. I have Isadora, but I don't have a name on this. Oh,
Rachel.
Rachel Rust. You Rachel? Beautiful work, beautiful work. Thank you.
So we're going to take one big group picture. Everybody can come in, board members.
2, 3. That's great. Thanks so much.
And as they exit, I just want to say that I appreciate the Christmas cards. They were beautiful, and I was so proud as I put mine in the mailbox this past Tuesday. So thank you, students, for your amazing, amazing talent. And I received a text message. Was VIPS able to make it in? Our next item on the agenda is volunteers and partners education. They're here? Oh. Okay. All right. So moving forward with item D3, recognition of the volunteers in public schools, partners in education for the month of December, Taylor, Porter, Brooks, and Phillips Law Firm.
Now's the time the Vice President leads us in Christmas carols.
We wish you. No. This is my favorite one. In my mind. With the Temptations. We'll give it a couple of more seconds. I did get a text message from the executive director of VIPS saying that they were en route, and that was a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, okay. We don't need to vote on since it's a change. Okay. All right. While we are sorting through that.
If they're here.
Are they here? Okay. So then, moving on with item D4. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Is Taylor Porter? Okay. All right. So moving on with item D4. Association of Energy Engineers 2021 Regional Energy Management Award. Recognition of East Baton Rouge Parish School System for being awarded the Association of Energy Engineers 2020-21 Regional Energy Management Award.
Thank you very much. The Superintendent, Madam Vice President, school board members, my name is Don Savoy, and I'm the Director of the Energy Management Program, and it is my honor to present the Association of Energy Engineers Regional Institutional Energy Management Award for 2021 to the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. The Association of Energy Engineers is an international professional society that each year seeks out the good work that is being done in energy management and recognizes those organizations that stand out from the rest. The Energy Management Program here was selected above other entries from across Region 4, which includes 13 states. Our program is being recognized for significant accomplishments achieved since its inception in 2007. Some of the highlights are reducing the district's energy use and electricity and natural gas and its carbon footprint by 33%. That translated into a little over $48 million in cumulative utility cost avoidance over that time. And that's money that has been freed up to support other educational priorities. And as some additional recognition, earlier this year, the school district received the 2021 Energy Star Partner of the Year award from the EPA. So as the award plaque reads, it's for accomplishments in developing, organizing, managing, and implementing an outstanding institutional energy management program. So congratulations to the school district.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Superintendent, would you want to accept the award?
All right, moving forward with item E1, the monthly financial report. Board Member Gode?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to ask the finance folks, we had passed the resolution on revenue anticipation bonds, and I just wanted to get an update on that. Do we look like we will need to exercise that, or will we have the sufficient funds that we could not have to exercise that?
Kelly Lopez?
Good evening, board members. At this time, we will not need them. I'm very excited.
Thank you. All right, moving forward with item E2, personnel changes. And again, this is something for information only. And moving forward with item F1, receive as information update from the superintendent.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Usually what I always do when we get to close to the holidays is to talk a little bit about what we've all accomplished in a semester. It has been a lot, as you can imagine, coming off COVID. So one, we always say we're so excited to all be healthy, first and foremost, and more importantly, we're excited that our families are engaging much more together. We had our Winter Wonderland the other day. It was so great to have a lot of activities. As you know, we have been working hard to do more things in in all of our communities, and it's important that we continue to engage in that. So I thought it'd be good to do a couple of things, is just to highlight what we've accomplished together, just so we can breathe. I know sometimes we are always in the forest doing a lot of things, but it does take an entire community to do this work. And so I thought it'd be good to just lay out some of those as with the board and all of our 6,000 employees, because it does take a village to do this work with our partners. And so a couple of things that we were able to accomplish this year, that includes the board as well, because they voted on. We added 1,064 pre-K 3 and 4 seats to serve more families in our school system. As you know, we wanted to have early childhood education. That has been huge, and we're continuing to grow that throughout our major goal. We now serve over 6,000 children in early childhood in East Baton Rouge Parish, and I think that's something we should be excited about. Another thing that we did was we created a strategic plan with clear KPIs and what we call our 4 cornerstones. And so now we have clear targets we're chasing to ensure that we can monitor and make sure we keep ourselves accountable, that we are educating our children, providing customer service, and making sure that we're developing our people and around operational excellence. And so we're excited about that. We've completed a facilities usage plan, which we'll be moving towards a master plan soon, but we're glad that we started to do that. To build transparency across our school system, we reorganize our district into 5 regions, and those 5 regions help us to align our community partners closer to schools, so we can be thinking more about neighborhoods and how we support those neighborhoods and children throughout all of our communities. So that was very huge for us in organizing ourselves. We provided 625 seats for free summer enrichment with athletic skills development over the summer. That was pretty huge because those children, if they weren't playing sports, they could have been doing something else. So we plan to expand that more over the summer, and also did a lot of work around literacy and getting kids to read. I know they wanted to play sports, but we got to get them to read a little bit in the summer. So we're excited about that. We convened over 65 monthly advisory council meetings with the following groups. We had our student groups. If you get a chance to go to the Twitter page, you'll see we put some of our student meetings on there, and I'll be introducing everybody to our student advisory council because they are working on a cause, which they'll be coming to the board to present, which we're really excited about that. It's the first time we've had a student advisory council group that advises us also on all the same set of issues that we all talk about. We also thankful to our parents, principals, our teachers, and stakeholder groups we've established to connect as well. We established a talent action collaborative comprising of business, educational, and governmental leaders who are invested in the success of EBR schools. As you can imagine, it takes an entire community to do this work, not just only the school system. So we're excited about that. We established a citywide literacy initiative with our coaches who've been working. We have an announcement that we'll be making in January to the city, so I won't leak it out, but it does have something to do with literacy, so we're excited about that. So we look forward to presenting that across the city. We've also been doing a lot of work around expansion of supporting more of our ESL learners. As you can imagine, I know sometimes people don't think about it, but we have many families in particular communities where they speak different languages, and so and also are coming from different cultures. And so we've done a lot of work on trying to connect with them much more and expand opportunities for them. So we're excited about that. And we've also been putting a lot of effort in increasing our social emotional learning. You'll be hearing more about that. I know that was something very important to the board around making sure that we connect around social emotional learning. Even I had Mr. Shanlin, our general counsel, excited about that. And so what we are hopeful that we'll be presenting to the board SEL work. I know we've been connecting with our parent groups around it. They've been truly excited about that. And so we're excited to be talking about that. The other part I think we've done really good, and we're continuing to improve in that area, is a scorecard. Parents and families now can go online to look at an actual scorecard to see our performance. That has been filling in nicely. That's led by our accountability team, Andrew Okoski and her team, that makes sure that we're being transparent about what we're doing, and also moving to our financial system to connect with the open checkbook with the mayor's office and trying to open that up, and we're excited about that. And then one other thing I thought would be good today was also to announce, which I'll ask our Chief of Technology, Ms. Amy Jones, to come up. Ms. Jones will be presenting to you today our brand new EBR Schools website, which she will share with you. And also she'll be talking about an app that all schools in the district will have, so families can have access right on their cell phone around a whole lot of stuff. And I don't want to take her thunder away from her, but I will allow her to go ahead and present that to you. Amy?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Vice President Collins, board members, Dr. Narcisse. Along with Chief of Communications, Alex Stubbs, we would like to present to you the website that is a joint venture between our divisions. The website, many people may wonder, why did we go to a new website? Let's get this moving. So why are we upgrading? Our changes need to reflect our new outlook, so we're visiting with you and inviting you to take a new look at our website. Just as the boardroom looks a little different, we wanted the outlook from the opening pages of our district to be new as well. So right now I want to thank the technology team that's sitting in the back room doing production in the boardroom, but I also want to thank the graphic designers and the webmasters who've done a Herculean lift. When Dr. Narcisse came to us and said that he would like a fresh new vision for the district through our website, we said, let's take on the challenge. So let's, we still have the same domain name, ebrschools.org, but we had some things in mind, and one of those was customer service. Some of our goals that we had were to make this a useful tool for our families, community, and staff.
One of our goals, as well as we developed this new website, was to make sure that we kept it simple. We wanted to reduce the amounts of clicks that it took for folks to get to relevant information, and also get rid of some of those dead links and duplicated pages that we were finding on our old website. We had over 200 pages on our old website, and so we've greatly reduced that number in order to make it easier to navigate.
We also wanted to bring it into ADA compliance. That's a big, it's a necessary thing to keep us compliant with our civil rights codes as well as ADA compliance. So when I demonstrate it, I'll show you what happens there, and it's exciting for the district.
We also wanted to be sure that the website was responsive on all devices. We know that most of our users are coming to us from their mobile phones or from their tablets, and so you'll see when you navigate to the website from those devices that the website fits beautifully into those templates.
And then finally, we wanted to make sure that the public-facing website was easy for our stakeholders, our families, our community, and also for the staff. So what we've done is created an intranet for staff that's far more streamlined with less graphics, that has all of the relevant data that they need at their fingertips. We know that through the analytics for our website, that some of the top hits were from staff to check their emails, to check payroll logins, benefits, those sorts of things. So we've put those at the front page of the intranet and made that accessible for the staff.
So I'd love to talk a little bit about some of the benefits here as well. So one of the most important to us was to bring this in-house. The old website was developed by a consulting group at cost to us. Every time we made a change, we were forced to pay that group by the hour. And so it was very important to us that we bring that in-house and utilize the talent that we already had on staff to both design and then build that entire website from the ground up. And I think we would be remiss if we did not thank our graphic design team as well as our webmasters who, as Amy alluded to, did a Herculean effort to create this website in breakneck speed. And we also wanted to make sure that as we moved towards this new and fresh branding that you see all around you here in the boardroom, that the website itself was also aligned to our brand standards.
So again, we've mentioned that ADA compliance was a big thing, but it also will support our strategic plan in the cornerstones that we have through our KPIs, especially around operational excellence and customer service. So those will be reflected throughout as well. So as Superintendent Narcisse alluded to, we had some student advisory council meetings, and we rolled this preview out to the students and captured some of their feedback. We showed them the current website, which just so happened one of the young men from Terra had been looking for the superintendent and the board members' names, and after many clicks he gave up. So when we walked him through the new website and showed him how easy it was to find you guys, he was very impressed and very excited. So we also had some students from Arlington, Baton Rouge Magnet, and from Liberty High. We had students from EBR Readiness. So you can see their comments there. They were all favorable. The students were so excited that when we demonstrated that ADA compliance, that when it showed the difference between the fonts for dyslexia, when we could target onto the page for highlighting fields, you could contrast, change from dark to light. So there's so many things that were just amazing to those students that just made it feel like that we cared about them, and that's the impression that they took away from that. So let's take a quick look. At EBRschools.org, you can log in. Our banner has been freshened, shows those 3 students of the year that we'll visit in January. Our welcome experience will link into a welcome video with sort of a overview of how to use the site. And then finally, our happy holidays, a banner that will change as the new year goes on. As you scroll down, you'll see these 4 cornerstones: KPI, excellence, and all of the student achievement, our customer service, operational excellence, and also employee development. And those are hyperlinked to our scorecard. So you can take a look at the December scores and things that we have updated for the relevant KPIs that were due this month or this semester. And if we go back and scroll further down, you'll see that we have our news and events spotlights, our Twitter feed, our Facebook and Instagram feeds, and then finally at the bottom you'll see a calendar of events, and then the bottom, which keeps us compliant with all of the things that are necessary for all websites to have. One thing I want to note right here at the bottom, if you're staff, there's an employee link that will take you to our intranet. And then there's also a feedback button right there in the middle under the Twitter social feeds that will take you to a feedback form that anyone can anonymously provide us some feedback on what you're seeing, if we're missing anything that you think is relevant and important, if we have some data that you like. So we would love to hear some feedback. But let's go up to the About section, the second tab on the
And
menu.
multiple languages.
Yes, sir. Let's open up that About tab. And we've broken these three hyperlinks will go into our leaderships. And if you'll go on, scroll on down, you'll see Dr. Narcisse's welcome into the district, his bio. A favorite, we'll let it load, and we'll see there's a favorite quote there. Here's our executive leadership team, and if you'll hover over any of the members, there you go. They'll let it roll up. Ms. Dupre, click on her bio, and you can read her bio. You can click down at the bottom. We can X out of there. And let's go further into the board member section and all the meeting agenda items, the board doc link, and our board members. Let's click on one of our board members, and then let's click on the accessibility link in the bottom. You see the wheelchair in the bottom right-hand corner? Let's click on that. And just to give an example, click on the cursor link. And second time will get you into that reading pane view. Click twice, let's get out of that view. And then go up to the dyslexia friendly on the right. And you'll see that it will change the font into a dyslexic friendly font, which merely changes the D's and the F's and the P's and the Q's and some of those things that need more visual attention so that you can read more clearly. You can also enlarge the fonts. And if you go up to the top, there's a contrast. If you needed to see it in reverse contrast or in further contrast, keep going, you'll see that you can even view it in black and white. And then you can just go back to original and X out of that. So you can see all of the ADA compliant measures that we've taken in our website. You can also see the multiple languages that are available in both their language as well as the flag that they represent. So we could click on any of those languages and see the transition into French and so forth. So those are on all pages. And now let's click out of that and go on to scroll through past our lovely board members and into our story. Let's get back into English so that I know what they're saying. All right, in the middle, our story gets us to our mission, our vision, also gets us into a word cloud of all of the superlatives and the data facts about our district. And then finally, you can see the strategic plan. Let's not click on it, but it will connect you to the PDF document that is our strategic plan. And then finally, at the bottom of this page, we've kind of kept it all on one page so you could scroll easily. We have our 5 regions represented, and we can open up the north. And each of our schools in the north region are highlighted here. hyperlinked to their websites, which we are in transition for. So as we've gotten this Herculean task under our belt and get all the kinks worked out, we'll start working on each of the schools' websites to reflect the branding. Right now we're working with getting all of their logos and the right color schemes and those sorts of things, and then we'll build a template so that those schools can be joined into and hyperlinked here. Let's go up to the families page at the top on the menu bar. And our information on the families page will get you to, just click on that one. And these are all hyperlinked straight to these resources for enrolling students in our J Campus system. If you would click on that, that will take us to our enrollment process. If you want to register your student, just create an account and you can register your student, and it will let you know based on your address what is your school neighborhood school, and then from there you can go into choice and see what's all available for you. So let's head back. All of the rest of these, this Explore EBR Schools, I'll just explain. That's the beautiful brochure that you see in all of the doctor's offices and all of the places around town that have a catalog of all of our schools and all of the wonderful things that they offer, where they're located, their principalship. Then we have the VIPs get involved. We can go straight to bus routes and find out what bus you should be riding and all of the things that families would find useful. Forms and fees will just take you to all of the forms that families find helpful and useful, and we'll just move on from that. You can explore at your leisure. Let's go on up to the divisions on the menu bar. And you'll see this is one of the largest changes that we've made. These divisions are based on the leadership team and the divisions that sit on executive leadership. So we have the divisions of operations, special support and special projects, and all of the rest of the members of the cabinet. And you can click on any one of those, head to technology, why not? And each one has a banner photo that comes from our school system. This is from our esports up in Northeast. And going down, and you'll see that if the division has a program, it would be listed in the middle there, but technology doesn't. It has two departments. The departments will be listed and hyperlinked to the different departments and all the information that you need to find there. Or you can click straight to the directory and see who's the chief of that division, and then the directors within or other leadership within each of those divisions. And then finally, I think that takes us to the end of the enroll. Let's head over down to the footer, and we'll just briefly show you the staff side, and then I'll get out of your way. Go to employees, and for this streamlined appearance for our staff, you'll see that the top 3 getters on the current website are checking your email, resetting your password, and logging into payroll. For our quick to find things, let's just go to the directory link up at the top. And you can see from a leadership directory that these are your common contacts, and then a contact directory of all the different programs and departments within the system. But if you click up the quick links at the leadership directory, I just want to point this out, but sometimes right there. This is a detailed explanation of the leadership in each of the divisions. And you can blow this up on your computer at home, but this will give you a lot of contact information that people find very useful and at their fingertips. So let's just head back to the website. And I think we can wrap up the website. So let's head back to the PowerPoint. And to the next. So the main things that were new in this website are that we have divided things into the divisions of the executive leadership team. We have the ADA ease of use. We have a cleaner secondary language support feature and a fresh new style. Next. One thing that we want to be mindful of is that some of the things that have been in transition may take a little longer to come across because we had more than 200 pages, as Ms. Stubbs alluded to dig through and make sure that we had all of the appropriate data that was legally needing to be there. I've also sent out an all call to all division chiefs, and they have alerted their staff that if audit their pages on the old website to see if there is anything missing on the new website or the intranet. And as they bring that data back to us, you'll see this as a living document, this website, so we will update those as we get them. So if there is something that you see missing, there is that feedback field that we'd appreciate some information from. But as if we have you link back to the old website, which is under archive.ebrschools.org, there will be a pop-up that says pardon our progress. We'll try to get that data up onto the new website as quickly as possible. So we appreciate your patience as we get through that. So that's our website, and I just want to really quickly touch on the status of our school info app that Dr. Narcisse alluded to. It is already accessible and available for download in both Android and the iOS Apple versions. And I've got some screenshots of what that looks like from the homepage. It has been rebranded. It has a lot of good information in there that's current and relevant. We have 13 schools that are linked in there right now that have been using this app for years, and they will testify right here in front of you that they would not get rid of it. So what our goal is to get every school involved in the school app process so they can all have that ease of communication that puts it right in everyone's hand, because it's mobile, and that's what most of the families are using these days. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. Anything else we can do, we're here to help.
Board Member Dyson.
I just wanted to thank you for this thorough update, and this is wonderful. We've been needing this for a long time. I'm so excited that we've got the, we're now in alignment with the law on what we need to be doing as far as easy access for all. And love the dyslexia and the different languages, and it's really some good stuff. So thank you for all y'all's hard work on this.
One last thing I wanted to introduce is that for next board meeting, or hopefully next board meeting, to be even further in compliance, we will have a sign language interpreter here, and they will be displayed on the screen at all times.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And we were just saying that we wish one of our favorite constituents, Sister Karonda Corley, was present. Those watching who know Sister Karonda Corley, we believe that this is one thing. Sister Corley, we appreciate your presence, and we believe that this is one you would stand in favor of. Seeing no other board requests to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Vice President Collins, one last thing. This is just a winter break reminder, just a reminder to our community that the district offices and school sites will be closed for winter break from December 20th until staff returns on January 3rd. And so we just wanted to make sure we share that with everyone. But please, if you have any questions about anything, please do not hesitate to send emails. We still will be checking emails periodically. And just to our staff, our 6,000 employees, please get some rest and enjoy the holidays. That's my update, Vice President Collins.
Thank you, Superintendent. And moving forward with item G1, a presentation from Mr. Hefner on the redistricting process.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, members of the board, Superintendent. Good seeing you all this evening. Very festive things earlier today. That was great. The students really have a good time doing that. In the interest of brevity, I know you've had some additional things on the agenda. It's been a long evening. What I wanted to present to you as we prepare to move into the process of your redistricting is to share some documents with you that you can review between now and when we have our first redistricting workshop. One of them is a summary of the redistricting criteria. Some of y'all have been through this process before. You're familiar with it. Some of y'all have not. Some in the public are not familiar with it, so we want to make it available to everyone. The main thing that on the criteria on the federal side is that at this point in time, we do not have Section 5 pre-clearance requirements. But one thing that has not changed is that we still have to follow Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, make sure that whatever plan is adopted by this board is in full compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Another document is what some of the state criteria are. Some districts it causes more issues than others. It mostly deals though with precincts and allowable boundaries for your precinct boundaries and district boundaries. And lastly is the redistricting workshop info sheet. I like to use a very informal workshop setting. It's worked very well for me over the last 30 years because it allows a free flow of information between all the parties, including the public, because this is the public's plan. You have the legal responsibility to adopt, but it's their plan to elect the leadership of this board for the next 10 years. So it's very important for them to be involved in the process, and this allows them to have a lot of input, suggestions, and see what's taking place as far as discussions. And it's the kind of thing that I find works well. We don't require a quorum because sometimes board members can't make it, and we want to make sure that we can still have the session. But it is advertised as a public hearing, just like any other time that you may have a quorum. So the next thing would be that I think is coming up later for your consideration is the tentative timeline. I've set some dates. I generally picked your off meeting dates on Thursdays. I know as a board member previously and other boards I work with, a lot of times you kind of reserve that, on your case, to that Thursday of the week to take care of things. So I did it on your off meeting date with the exception of the first one, which would be the 6th of January. So I wanted to get those before you. A lot of this we'll talk about in more detail at our first session. But this is going to be a process. Keep in mind as we develop through one or more plans, it's going to be a work in progress until such time we get a general consensus with the board as to which plan they want to move forward with. I'm generally anticipating, as you see on that timeline, sometime probably around April or May. It gives us a little bit of fudge factor with regards we need additional time. Our statutory deadline is going to be in June, so we want to make sure that we have ample time to discuss everything and work up a plan. So that's all I have for you this evening, just in the interest of time. If you have any questions, just let me know. And yeah, you should have, it may be later on in your agenda. I see that I'm in two places on the agenda. It's called Timeline for Redistricting and Approval. Okay, yeah, I picked up some dates starting with today and going all the way through what I anticipate to be a potential adoption date. Now, keep in mind, these are tentative. You may have things come up that you want to change the date. I may end up having something that I won't be able to make it because I may have another client with a final adoption that I need to be at their meeting. But getting it kind of on the calendar, I think, will allow us all time to plan around it. Yes, sir.
Board Member Ware Jackson, and then Board Member Dyson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will you have the benchmark plan at the first meeting in January?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Dyson.
Yes, thank you. I am just wanting to know, I see you've got like 2 dates in January, 2 in February, 2 in March. But what I'm a little bit concerned about is these April dates as being pretty far out and pretty close to, you know, election qualifying and all of that.
Statutory deadline.
Yeah, so I was just trying to figure out if there's a way to come up with a timeline that would be complete by March.
I would suggest perhaps that maybe let's get a couple of the workshops behind us and let's see how the discussions are going. That'll probably give us an idea how much progress we may be making or may not be making. And then we can maybe take another look at the last month or two and make adjustments as necessary. I do like doing it as a group because you can't move one district boundary without affecting the others around it. So I like having everyone as a group so you can see it, discuss it, agree among yourself whether you want it or not. But there may be some of these dates that we may need to meet in smaller groups, more in your regions, to be able to work out issues that pertain to that part of the parish, not necessarily the rest of it. No use keeping everyone else waiting. So we'll see how that first one, maybe the second one goes, and then we kind of take it from there. And of course, I'll be taking lead from the board as to what you may wish to have, as far as small groups or continue with full groups.
Are in these that you have proposed, are they like here or at the IRC, or are they going around in the community, or?
That's really going to be up to what
These
the board's
2 per
preferences. Your professional development center had great technology for that. It's really good if they can get up and see on the screen what the maps are, because sometimes they're kind of detailed, so you want to be able to see them close. But I love your new boardroom. This is really great. You have some good monitors here, which makes it easy as well. So it's really going to be a matter of the board's preference, but something that has good video quality and easy to walk up to and not have to look at a screen up on the ceiling, that really helps a lot.
Okay. All right. So we'll just have to talk amongst ourselves and get a feel
Yes.
for how we want to do that going
Yeah, and we can talk about that at the first workshop, kind of see how it works, see how the video's working and the public participation, that kind of thing. So
Sounds
we'll
good.
we'll fine tune this to meet your needs and the district's needs as we move forward.
Very
But I want
good.
to give you at least a general overview of how I like to approach this, because it really encourages communication between board members, myself and board members, and the public among all the parties.
Thank you very much.
Board Member Baloo.
Thank you. Just looking at the dates, and I got you said you tried to match it on or off Thursday, so I take it that you are somewhat flexible with dates if necessary. But in between these tentative dates you've got, is it with your process, is there anything going on in between these workshops as far as
From my
board
standpoint, there
involvement?
generally is. Generally, I may be taking comments, discussions, things that I've heard, maybe discussions among some of y'all that I've heard that haven't necessarily been expressed in public, but it's something I may want to model to see if a concern or a suggestion might work that I can incorporate into our next discussion. So usually I'm pretty busy in between just trying to catch up and incorporate things from the workshop. But as far as actual dates, particularly as we move further out, these are kind of a shot in the dark, trying to come up with some kind of framework. But it's going to be somewhat flexible depending on what the board wants to do and how everything comes together. We got holidays and some of this stuff, so we're trying to work around it. If we need to move over to a, like on the 6th, I'm proposing we have one prior to your regular meeting on the 6th to kind of kick things off. Go over some of this criteria in more detail, take a look at the benchmark plan, let me share some of my thoughts as to what I'm seeing as far as your demographic profile of the district. Have you give me some of that feedback, and then we'll set it up for the 27th, because I'll probably have some more things to process by then.
Now, these workshops, are they, do you have a certain length you like to use, or the time allotted for each individual workshop? Do you?
60 to 90 minutes. By 90 minutes, a lot of times people are getting tired. Sometimes we get tired, they get cranky. And so I normally don't like to go more than 90 minutes. But if we're on a roll and we're really making some progress on maybe some plan model that looks like the numbers are working and we want to go longer, I'm going to take my cue from you.
All right.
But if it's getting to the point where it's not productive, then we'll probably go ahead and close it out and then regroup at the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Godin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Heffernan. as we go through this, because this is very important to the community, I hope we're going to be able to have these meetings either here at the PDC or somewhere where we have video capability, because I think these meetings should be broadcast to the public, the workshops, and also have videos available. You know, if we broadcast it, we have videos available to do that. And in the spirit of making sure things keep moving well along, you know, there's a lot of meetings, and there's a lot of meetings in between weeks of board meetings where we tend to have other business scheduled. So I would hope we could also have at least the board, I think only the board members, have the ability to participate by Zoom, since it is a workshop, so it's not an official meeting, it's a workshop. So I don't know, General Counsel, I think we could do that, but make sure that if a board member can't attend, the board member would have a Zoom option to be able to attend. And of course, everything would be recorded so everyone could see everything, but I just want to make this open, but make sure we keep the expediency going on the thing. So I don't want one or two people not being able to be there to hold us up when they could have participated by Zoom.
I appreciate the comment. Actually, I've done some of them by Zoom, and actually it works out pretty well. It works out better than I thought.
We don't fight as much on Zoom, do we?
No, well, the only problem is it's a little harder, though, to hear a lot of the different comments and make sense of it, but it does help, though. If somebody can't participate, I can put the map up on the screen, and we
Sure.
can actually discuss it, move it, see if it's what they want or not.
I just don't want us to get held up if, say, two people can't come and the rest of us could. I don't want those two people to feel left out, that they were bypassed or anything like that. So I just want to make participation as easy as we can and make the transparency as much as we can so that the public can see what's going on. Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Okay, and just to be clear, I'm letting us discuss the timeline, which is a later agenda item, because it's tangentially germane, but also because perhaps that means once we get to the timeline item, there will be less need for questions and comment. General Counsel Shamlin.
Yeah, to address Ms. Dyson's concern, I believe it was another board member had a concern about date, time, and location. When we adopt the timeline later in the meeting, my recommendation would be to adopt the timeline as a template, allowing for flexibility as to date, time, and location. And that way we can adjust as needed. And Mr. Godey, I also look into policy requirements around a meeting in person. It may require a motion of the board or some other action, but we'll take care of that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Y'all have a great and
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, you said
Board
it.
Member Ware Jackson.
I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Board Member Dyson. I was looking at
Actually, with Mr. Godey's suggestion of the Zoom, and once we get down to that item and all, I like the idea of either here or at the PDC, or maybe some of each or whatever. So that sounds really good. Thank you.
All right, and now Board Member Ware Jackson.
In the recent past, we've had a lot of requests for some background on redistricting, and basically knowing what the foundation is that we'll be working from, and a little bit of historical value as to what we've done in the past, kind of how we've gotten to where we are. So, I'd appreciate seeing that in very early on.
Okay. I'll probably have to pull some records if you want to go past your 2010. If you want to go like to 2000 or something like that, I'll need to pull some records.
I think it's basically from 2010.
2010? Yeah, that should not be a problem.
Okay.
I'll be able to show you actually some of your changes by district from 2010 to 2020. I can even show you parish-wide outside of your districts, what it's done at the block level and the precinct level.
More or less the plans that we've adopted from then.
Yes, that's part of the determination, which I think y'all have already taken a look at. But no, we're going to be talking about that because we need to get everybody on the same page to start with, to have the same solid foundation. So as we build on that foundation through plan discussions, everybody can stay up with it.
Yeah, because I know some are just concerned that we might be just trading precincts, and it's a lot more to redistricting and than just swapping off precincts here and there.
That is absolutely correct. We got to take a look at what changes you may have had in the communities and make sure that whatever plan that we come up with as a group is reflective of what the needs of those communities are, that they're representative of those needs of the community.
Yeah, based on the 2020 census and the 2010.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that our districts are reflective of the demographics.
That is correct. I agree with you 100% on. That's what's good about this process. It's a very open and people can ask those kind of questions. If I don't have the information right away, I will have it by the next workshop.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Hefner, we've kind of been having, as we've been dealing with redistricting, mostly focusing on malapportionment, which is an important aspect. But then I heard you mention in section 2, which deals, and I looked at the backup materials, which deals with, okay, needing to consider, not primarily, but consider race and minority groups, etc. And so when we go through our process, my question or comment rather is that I'm assuming we will do more than just talk about malapportionment, and we'll deal with the other aspects of redistricting.
Your path to fix the malapportionment takes you through that neighborhood
Okay.
of how do you want to fix it. It's not a
Okay.
matter of just assigning numbers. It's assigning the right numbers, the right community, the right demographic profile. And sometimes you have a lot of choices to look at. Sometimes you don't have any because there's only one way the geography and the numbers work. But generally speaking, the numbers and the geography will be able to kind of guide you through there. Your local knowledge, the public's input, lets me know what areas you consider to be part of a particular area as opposed to throwing it in with another area. We call those communities of interest.
Mhm.
And they're not always a geographic boundary on a map. It's areas that people identify themselves with. So we want to try to make that consistent to where we can. But we
Okay.
do have some limitations that sometimes they kind of get in the way. But if we hit those, we'll know about it.
Okay. All right, seeing no other requests to speak from the board. Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all. And y'all have a great and blessed Christmas and New Year.
Mhm.
And I'm looking forward to our first meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item H1, reports from any board appointees. All right, Board Member Bernard.
I wanted to invite everybody to Breck's 75th birthday celebration. It's Saturday, December 18th. That's this Saturday from 6 to 8:30 p.m. at Independence Park, and there are a number of activities for everyone in the family. Sparkling holiday lights, live music, free food, snow, a zoo mobile, face painting, magicians and jugglers, and a fireworks finale. So come on out and bring the family. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This is an update from the Foundation of EBR School System. Financial support via the website from the community donors, $19,135 was raised. This money has been put towards purchasing items on the Christmas list for homeless students. As a result, all 295 students who gave EBR a Christmas list is going to receive a present. So I'd actually like to just give them a round of applause. That's a beautiful thing. Special thanks to the Baton Rouge Area Foundation and their donors. Also, the Baton Rouge Alliance for Students in the 2021 cohort of Changemakers. Those who are still feeling the holiday spirit can contribute to EBR student success at www.foundationebr.org. Again, that's www.foundationebr.org. Also, students in transition will have a Christmas thanks to the generous support of our community. Shout out to the Office of Communication and Public Relations, Alex, Crystalline, Demetrius, and their entire team for making Christmas a little bit more special for some students that are very, very deserving. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving forward with item I, the consent agenda to be read by Board Member Lannis.
Thank you again, Madam Vice President. The consent vote. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussions of items unless board members so request, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. 2. Test security policy. Consideration of a request for the approval of the 2021-2022 East Baton Rouge Parish School System Test Security Policy. 3. Copy machine RFP. Consideration of a request for the authorization of the superintendent and staff to issue a request for proposals, RFP, to seek proposals for district-wide copiers. 4. External agreement. Consideration of a request for approval of an amendment to the external agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College in the amount of $187,740 to extend the agreement for 1 year to provide externs at Liberty Magnet High School and Woodlawn High School. Professional service contract pre-K. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional service contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and the following. A. Resourceful Consulting LLC in the amount of $75,000 to develop a plan to expand birth to four-year-old access and open early learning centers based on national trends, growing demand, and space. B. Lexia Learning in the amount of $31,120 to provide a comprehensive training on the science of teaching reading, language, and writing for pre-K teachers, literacy coaches, Head Start, and child care providers. 6. Professional services contract for literacy. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the New Teacher Project TNTP in the amount of $150,000 to provide K-2 literacy professional development. 7. Professional services contract. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Arizona State University Prep Digital. 8. Memorandum of Understanding BREC. Consideration of a request for authorizing the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board President and the General Counsel to negotiate and execute an MOU with BREC to facilitate a joint endeavor related to the development of tax plan projects subject to final approval of any project by the board. 9. Architect selection, South Baton Rouge pre-K to 12th grade school facility complex. Consideration of a request for architectural selection committee of Grace EBR Curtis Architects APAC for architectural design consulting services for pre-K to 12th grade school facility complex RFQ. I so move.
Any second?
Vice President Collins, please identify the second.
Okay, that was Board Member Gode. Board Member Dyson.
I just want to reiterate something that we discussed at the Committee of the Whole, and just again point out for the viewing audience and everyone attending that the agreement that we're approving tonight for the virtual is for the virtual.
Just as a point of order.
Do you want me to pull it? I don't need to pull it for a
Well,
second.
somebody was gonna pull it anyway,
Oh.
and you know, remember how we mentioned that unless something is pulled, then we don't discuss, and so.
Okay, well then, yes, I'll pull it.
Okay. And so we pull in item 7. Thank you, Board Member Dyson. Did you still need to speak, Board Member Bernard? Oh, does anyone have any other item that you want to pull besides item 7 being pulled? All right, seeing no other request to pull an item, then we move forward with discussion of, no, voting, huh? We discussed the whole thing?
You have a motion, so you need to allow for board discussion, then to the audience, then back to the board.
Thank you. Board Member Dyson. Yes, for the consent agenda, not item 7. Thank you.
No.
Seeing no other requests to speak from
That's from before or something.
board. Any public comment on the consent agenda, not the separate item 7? Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no other requests to speak from the board on the consent agenda, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward to item 7. Professional services contract. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval. Thank you, I'm sorry. Item D7, recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Arizona State University Prep Digital. Can I get a motion? Board Member Landis. Board Member Ware Jackson. Board Member Dyson.
Yes, I pulled this because I just want to get some clarity for everyone in the viewing audience and as well as us, that this contract is strictly for the virtual academy. We've had a lot of challenges in staffing, actually both in the virtual and in our traditional schools. But this is a way that we're trying to remedy that, and we have to take some action steps to get right with our virtual instruction. And this is not intended to be used in any other function except for our virtual school. This is what we're approving it for tonight, if this passes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Dyson. On this particular item, I'm not voting for this. I agree, as my colleague mentioned, that we do need to straighten up our virtual school, especially our 6 through 12. My concern is the asynchronous, and I'm ballparking, but the 70 to 90% asynchronous instruction for grades 6 through 12. We've been learning through the pandemic, is well documented even before the pandemic, that in-person learning is best. Now, we are doing this for a virtual school. The problem is we taking it to a whole nother level by the instruction itself being asynchronous and not live, even though it's virtual. I don't feel comfortable with that. I don't see how that works well for most students. Then another concern that I do have as well, someone brought to my attention, a matter of fact, affiliated with both teachers' unions, concern about this is our virtual school, but we are employing and intend to employ for the whole K through 12 at some point. actually, we're not employing at all. And so then the concern is, are we going in a direction? And I'm not saying that this particular item will cause this, but being mindful of going in the direction of our, can't say hiring practice, but outsourcing our hiring practices, okay? Which, as everyone knows, that means the job benefits, the health benefits, et cetera. And then there was concern mentioned to me along those lines about teacher tenure possibly being jeopardized due to the outsourcing. So for those two reasons, I'm glad to see us approach and try to correct the virtual school issues that we've identified. I just don't see this as the best way to approach it. And also, I want to follow up with you, Superintendent, on what was this the only school that we looked at in terms of an option for, was there anybody else besides proximity or ASU, et cetera? I'm not going to hold the meeting up based on last meeting. This probably is going to pass, and so I don't want to delay just so I can get information, but I'm mentioning to you that I would like that information on how we decided ASU. So, Board Member Gode.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. I guess I just want to express I also have concerns. My concerns are for the students who are in the virtual school today, who are not getting served. And, maybe this doesn't answer every detail or dot every I, but, we talk a lot about adult issues. To me, the kid issue is the important part, and that's where my concern is. We got high school students that have not received a good education, and that is our fault. So I'm okay to have concerns, but if we're going to have concerns and be voting, trying to, if we would deny this, what takes its place? And concerns can't get in the way of the kids learning. So, again, maybe this isn't perfect, but we need to get on with it. We can't sit here and let our kids suffer for another semester after I believe they've suffered this time. So while this may not be perfect, I don't have a better plan to vote for, and my concern is for the kids who need their education. So that's why I'm going to wholeheartedly support this, and I would recommend that every board member supports this, because for right now, where we stand, it is in the best interest of the kids. Now, do we want to look at something later? Do we want to look at other things? This contract is cancelable very easily, and it doesn't lock us in the long term. It's got flexible pricing, so there's times to do it. But we need to take steps to help our children who need it today. And I know there are issues around teachers and jobs and things. We still have lots of vacancies within our system. We still have lots of places that we can hire people. Again, my concern comes down to the kids who we've served very poorly. And I think that needs to be our first concern. And if there's a better option out there, I'm all for hearing it. But in the absence of a better option, I think we need to move on and get on with this and give it a shout. Thank you.
Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'll just piggyback off of my board colleague, sorry, Mr. Mike Gode. I think it's okay to be transparent in this season of where we are, and it's because we made a mistake. I'm willing to say that. I can't speak on behalf of the rest of my board members, but I'm willing to say that. And I say that in saying, I did not like the first company. I want that to be very clear. They made promises that they could not keep, and they told us several times that they're going to be able to fulfill that contract, and they know that they could not. And the entire time, they continue to take contracts around our country, saying the same thing to other districts, knowing that there was a national teacher shortage, and they simply just could not fulfill it. Not to say they are a bad company, not to speak towards their integrity, but when in this space and what we have going on today, they just simply could not fulfill the job, meaning that they were in breach of their contract. Now, on to ASU. This is how we fix the problem. We don't go out and get another company that we think can do it. We went out and found the best company in the country that can provide the services. And if they cannot provide those services, as my board colleague, Mr. Mike Gode said, We can sever that contract immediately, and we can go back to the drawing board and figure out how do we get it done. But what we cannot afford to do is have those students continue to wait to receive instruction, and while they're constantly being further and further left behind. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all model. If we had someone in this state that could absolutely execute this contract, we would have found them and we would have selected them, but we simply just don't have it. There is a teacher shortage all throughout this entire state, not just the region and not just the country. If you go to Ascension Parish, they have a teacher shortage. You go to Livingston Parish, they have a teacher shortage. This work is becoming increasingly hard, and we understand that we have a lot of nuances that we have to get through. But at the end of the day, if this work is about the kids and our students, and as well as our teachers, we have to put our best foot forward. So going with this company, again, who is the best in the nation, it just makes sense for us to make this move happen. Thank you.
So just for clarity, what takes ASU's place? That was part of my question that I said, I'm not going to belabor the point, this is going to pass, which fine, you know. But we don't know what could take its place potentially because we didn't look at anybody else. Like I have that question. Did we look at anybody else? How did we determine this was the best? I would like to see the information and the analysis of if we did look at somebody else, then, you know, how did we come to a place of, all right, amongst these bucket of folks, we went with ASU, bam. Perhaps we did. I'm waiting for the information, superintendent. My other thing is, the reason why that is so important, because it is about the students. All, ALL, all 6th through 12th grade students will primarily be on asynchronous instruction, which is a recorded lesson, not a live online lesson. Okay, that was part of their presentation, and they talked about that. Now, for some children, it's going to work just fine, amazingly, right? Especially those kids whose parents may already be like, I'm homeschooling. And so that's easier for them because they don't have to think through the curriculum, yada, yada, just, okay, get the child to click on such and such. But for some kids, we already know, for a lot of kids, that's not helpful to them. And so that's my primary concern. I mentioned the employment concern, but my primary concern for why I'm not voting for this is because grades 6 through 12 are going to have primarily asynchronous instruction. And that is concerning to me. But that's it. And Board Member Landis, go ahead. Okay, no problem. So seeing no other comment from the board, any public comment? Okay, and for clarity, this is because there was a lot of confusion in the. This is not on dual enrollment, bright futures, etc. It's about.
I'm clear on that.
All right.
I'm clear on that. Good evening, everyone, members of the board, Superintendent Narcisse. As a district and a community, we've talked a lot about how our virtual schools are short-staffed like we are right now, and students have been left out, qualified teachers far too often. The contract with ASU, as we're discussing, will address this problem by putting qualified instructors in front of our virtual students, something that we owe to them and every student in EBR. The contract will expand options for virtual students while taking nothing away from brick and mortar schools, something that no one should be against. And of course, we ask with the United Faith leaders that you support this. And just to speak to the synchronous versus asynchronous, I think that a lot of our children live every aspect of their lives asynchronously. They know how to pick up their tablets and their notebooks and go do what they need to do for the most part. There are some that will benefit from that live environment where everyone's there in the same space, the synchronous environment. But a lot of them will actually feel more empowered by being able to do their education the way they do their education, because people learn different ways. And there's a lot of creativity that goes along with that. And I personally, believe that a child would really do better with being able to go at their own pace and not be under the pressure and the restraints of being in a synchronous situation. We see it happen all the time. Kids fall asleep a lot of times during virtual. They're tired in the morning. They don't feel like being with the program. If they were able to do things on their own pace and at their own speed, they may actually do better. I mean, wouldn't it be worth a try? That's my thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Next public comment.
Good evening, Vice President Collins, board members, Dr. Narcisse. So you all know I have 4 kids in the EBR schools. 2 are in the virtual school right now in the elementary school. One's in 2nd and 1 is in 4th grade. And our kids need stability right now. If I'm choosing this program for my kids, I want to know that we'll have the same consistency with our teachers next year. My 2nd grader is looking forward to having the same teachers that his 4th grade brother has right now. On the subject of teachers, the teachers we have now are Louisiana certified, and they've had the extensive background checks required by our system, and for good reason. I think we've had some issues with background checks. Not only that, but they know the daily experiences of our kids here in Baton Rouge. This past semester, our teachers were here through the hurricanes and the bad weather. Not just the hurricanes, the regular deluges that we have now, where we have to cancel school early or we have to change things around. We have low connectivity during the school day. The teachers have tailored their lessons to our local issues. My 4th grader was literally reading historical fiction about Hurricane Katrina from a child's perspective when Hurricane Ida hit this year. I don't want to lose that perspective to an Arizona company. Third, I'm concerned about a disruption with the limited in-person contact that we've had with our admins and teachers. It's not much, but we have local admin and staff that we can connect with when we have issues. I shared an example about an issue that we had with a broken Chromebook last time. They fixed it quickly, I don't want to lose that. We have that right now, at least with the elementary school, we have it. On a broader level, I don't want my tax dollars paying for a private company to completely run my kids' school, period. We're here for public education, not a private company. We already pay enough to private companies for outsourcing our curricula, our online learning programs. Keep at least the elementary school that is working within EBR. So my bottom line, the K-5 virtual elementary is working for a lot of kids. Y'all are proposing to replace a program that is providing stability to a lot of kids. I see them every day in my kids' classes. The K-5 school does not have the same issues as the 6 to 12 grades, and it doesn't need the same kind of intervention and change right now. Mr. Gode, you mentioned being worried about the kids who haven't had instruction in high school, and I absolutely agree with you. You're right, that needs intervention right now. So I urge you to please limit this contract to 6 to 12 grades. Right now, the contract says that you're going to expand it to K-5 next year. Please don't do that. Please keep K-5. Even use it as a blueprint for next year. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice President Collins and board members, Dr. Narcisse. My name is Hannah Amoroso. I have 2 children in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. 2 points that I wanted to make on this particular item. One, the advertisement on the EBR webpage that indicated that this was a go, it was just a bad look. We need to wait and say that till things are approved by the board before we present that to the public as a done deal. If I were a board member, I would be offended by that. Y'all's votes matter. And then the second thing that I wanted to say was that it would make me feel a lot more comfortable about this contract if language in it limited it to this school year and to the high school. We can do things in-house. We're a group of very capable people. we can figure it out. We don't need to outsource it to an out-of-state private company. Thank you.
Madam VP, Dr. Narcisse, everybody, Anshel Bradford. I definitely feel that the virtual academy did not have to go this way, that we didn't have to end up at this point. The virtual academy has been a big discussion in my family. Almost everybody's in Baton Rouge, so it's cousins, it's siblings. My mom was here earlier, my twin sister here earlier, and so this has real world consequences. I know that for the 2021 graduates in my family, the virtual academy did not serve them well, but I don't think an outside company will do that either. The best scenario, even though we know virtual does not work for kids generally, the best scenario is teachers from their environment, from their city, that are certified and that can create some sort of environment that tries to replicate in person. There's nothing like it. And to a point earlier around how great virtual and being distracted is, we live in a society of so much blue light and stimuli and computers that none of us are ever present. And that's not a practice we want to put onto our children either. So that's not a model I would recommend replicating. I also have to question what happened to all of the federal funding, whether it's ARP or CARES Act, that could have been used to go towards teachers' raises and doubling down on recruitment and centering curricula and what teachers needed, because that's just as important for the child's experience. We squandered the entire pandemic. That's what this feels like. That's what this virtual academy contract feels like. That there were so many best practices and so many blogs and so many newspaper articles that talked about how to teach kids and how to do school right. And the pandemic was that opportunity, and we threw it out the window. We have Federal Secretary of Ed folks here talking about all these different paths, but we should have been talking about the bread and butter of education. And the virtual academy is not, and this contract is not representative of that. Thank you.
Hi, Colleen Kissel. I absolutely agree that we have to put an immediate fix on the virtual academy and that ASU is probably our best bet to do that. For once, I was glad your meeting ran late earlier because I arrived what was supposed to be 5 minutes early and was actually 30 minutes late. And I met a teacher from ASU who's here, and I was able to ask him some of the questions that I have and talk to him about his experience teaching in the system, and I feel so much better for having met him. But we need to do something for those parents who have kids in this school who could not be here to randomly bump into a teacher. Several questions were asked of the rep at the last meeting. She was going to get you follow-up research, follow-up data, follow-up numbers on how many teachers they actually have to start. I just want to know, and I know I can't ask questions, if they got back to you, and if you can make that clear to the parents who are actually in the system. My kids are back in person, so I have less of a stake in this right now. I also ask that we work as much as we can to not pay proximity for the first 9 weeks that kids did not have instruction. That is just lost money, and we should not be paying them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Eileen Walker, greetings to the board and superintendent. For far too long, it shows that East Baton Rouge Parish has not served our students equally or equitably. And I do feel like the ASU contract would be a good opportunity. And as they stated before, if not, we can look at changing it. But I do think it's a good opportunity.
Madam V, Superintendent, School Board. I'm Dr. Tony Jones, founder of United Faith Leaders. I observe a lot. I listen, I observe. If your children, anybody that has a child, because everybody's been speaking not about the children, but your children. But if your child had cancer, God forbid, and there was no doctor in EBR, you know, there were doctors here, would you go out of state to save that child? I agree with Mr. Mike. You know, it's about upgrading. It's about our kids, but let's just be real. This is about the kids that are suffering or my pigmentation. And it's been happening for years. So, as a school system, we're doing okay. But we're on ventilators. And we need an option now. Stop playing games. If your child was dying like the kids that are dying in our communities, of black communities, black and brown communities, it would be an easy fix. Go wherever you can to get the surgeon that can save their lives. I'm asking you to be human beings. The human race, not the white race, not the black race, not the Hispanic, not the Asian, the human race. Consider all kids and not just yours.
Good evening. How are y'all? I'm Maria Harmon, a constituent in District 6. Also co-director of Step Up Louisiana, where we engage with parents and do parent organizing in Baton Rouge. And I do have a concern, and many other parents do, about the asynchronous dynamic, and that would be utilized with the ASU contract. I know that I am going to ask this question, but I'm hoping one of our school board members will ask for myself and who I represent, parents in the school district. But is there any intention that ASU will have with doing a needs assessment so they can get a full-fledged understanding of what parents' expectations are, so we can mend whatever disconnects or work our best to evade from disappointment with already being proactive, and also engaging with teachers to see what their needs are. I really feel like a needs assessment is like a key priority with implementing this program. And also, what interventions are in place for students who, let's say y'all continue on with this contract and we have to deal with this asynchronized structure of educating. We have children that still fall between the gaps. We have children who still need deeper intervention. What are we doing to make sure that these teachers are fully present as possible and as hands-on as possible, so that our children are getting all of the supports they need so they can perform at their best, because we know this school district will benefit if they perform at their best. Thank you.
How y'all doing? Dr. Narcisse, the board. One, I want to say I applaud what you're doing, Dr. Narcisse. I really do. My name is Eric Brown. I'm from the 7805 community. I work for Stand for Children. I've been organizing there for the past almost 7 years now, fighting for my community, fighting for Baton Rouge. And then not just Ostroma, all schools. So when they be like, oh, Baton Rouge High, that's my school, Liberty School, no, they are my schools. These are my schools. Woodlawn is my school. Bel Air is my school. Glen Oaks is my school. And I take pride in it. Because, see, once I leave Baton Rouge, I mean, that's the talk. It's believe it or not, Baton Rouge is not really doing bad like everybody try to make it seem. Because guess what? They trying to do the same stuff that we're trying to do. Okay? And then I hear some people talk about, oh, well, are these dual enrollment teachers, are they all certified? Are they going to be this? Are they going to be that? Well, guess what? EBR school system right now have a lot of long-term subs and paraprofessionals teaching class. Now, I don't hear no uproar about this. Nobody not running here. Nobody. I don't hear nothing. Nobody fussing about this.
Co-chair, can you keep the
I'm trying, but
germane to the contract with ASU?
Okay. Well, please approve this. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's stop beating the bush. You know what I'm saying? We got so much other stuff to worry about, especially in EBR. So much more than Arizona State University. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Tanya Nyman. I have 2 children in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, and I've been following board matters for a long time. And just sort of a point of information on this item. I often hear that sort of false dichotomy of children versus the adults. And I just think it's important for us to reiterate that maintaining the teaching as a profession is important, that is in the best interests of children. And in order for teaching to remain a good profession, we do need to protect that they are treated well and that they have not only a good living wage, they're properly compensated, that they're certified, that they have access to a secure retirement. All of those things are important because when our teachers are treated well, that means our kids are going to be treated well. And so I just want to push back against that sort of false dichotomy of, oh, we're only worried about the adults. That's not the case when we are also advocating for teachers. We are certainly making sure that our children are going to be provided with the highest quality instruction. I understand if there's a limited access to teachers in East Baton Rouge Parish right now, but there are true costs to outsourcing, particularly when you outsource out of state, because that means that those dollars are not also being invested in our own community. It is a means of divesting communities of those resources and those dollars. And it is very frustrating that, yes, my skin color is white, but I live in a majority African American community, and I can see the ways in which majority African American communities are time and time again targeted for this form of disinvestment. And so if there were no doctors in this parish, and God forbid any child contracted cancer and needed care, would we go out of state? Maybe, yes, of course, but we would also make sure that we develop the infrastructure so that child could stay in state and get the care he needed, as well as future children to get that. So we do need to invest in the infrastructure in this community and make sure that that whole system remains vibrant for us. And when I say us, I mean all of us. I think I'm about out of time, so I'll stop there. But I just, time and time again, can we please understand that advocating for the good of the whole, but also our local community, has an impact, a positive impact on the whole system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice President Collins, the board, Dr. Narcisse. My name is Nikki Dangerfield, and I have 4 children that are alumni of East Baton Rouge Parish School System. And, you know, having Arizona State, you know, to do our virtual school, they're #1 in the nation. And at doing this work, I'm from Florida. I was in Florida when they were doing the work there. And so I know the work that they've done firsthand. And so, you know, right now we have our kids in our virtual school. You know, this happened all at once with the pandemic. And the whole nation had to go to virtual. And the whole nation as a whole has not done well. And so for us to employ someone that is #1 in the nation to do this, as well as the world, I think you all should really consider passing this and hiring them to do the work that they are the experts at doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the board. Board Member Gode.
Yes, thank you. I did get some information back from ASU, so I know one of the questions that has come up is around background checks. I just want to read this to the group. As far as our background check process, it is as follows. We use a company called IntelliCart to pull background checks on candidates in these areas: Social Security validation, validated criminal super search, including a nationwide sex offender registry, criminal background search for each address where the candidate has lived, 2 professional reference checks, employment verification, and government sanctions, records on persons associated with fraud, terrorism, drug trafficking, weapons of mass destruction. So, they use a reputable company, and Telecorp is one of the big companies in the background check business. So background checks are being done on this company. I don't know how that compares to the background checks we do. It may be more, it may be less. I don't know, but they are doing extensive background checks on these people. And I'm all for keeping money locally as we go through this. And if LSU or Southern or Southeastern or anybody had a program ready to go, I would be the first one to vote for them. I got no problem in doing that. I would love doing that. The problem is we can't go through a startup curve with the students who we already haven't served. So I hope that LSU or Southern or somebody in the next couple of years gets one going and really working. But we can't wait to do that. And the other local school here, if I remember correctly, University View, I'm trying to remember their grading scale because they're up for BESA review. I think they were D-rated in that. So that's the other local option that we have, even though they aren't an option for us because they're fully loaded with the number of students that they can handle. So it's not for a lack of not wanting to keep this in-house. It's how do we give our kids better quality where we are today. I wish we were somewhere different. I wish we could have done better going in there. Like Mr. Lannis said, we own it. We did not do a good job getting this started up. A explanation, not an excuse, but an explanation is we went from several hundred to over 1,000 in a very short period of time as the virus hit harder and we had the fourth wave. That's a fact. But we got to own the fact that we couldn't respond to it in the way we hoped to respond. So this is an attempt to address that. Is it perfect? No, it's not. Is it where I hope we are 5 years from now? No, it's not. But for the kids who are in there today, this is the best option that I know of, and it is a top-rated digital school coming into here. So I just don't know what other options I could vote for to make it better from where I sit today. And the only vote I can cast is the vote from where I sit today. So thank you very much.
Board Member Dyson. All right, Board Member Bernard.
Superintendent Narcisse, is there a problem with the K-5 at all, or is it just with the 6 through 12?
Their contract right now is with it's for 6-12 for them to take over the high school immediately.
That's what this contract is for, so this isn't even for any of the K-12.
Next year.
Oh,
So
next year,
in the
okay, okay.
fall.
All right, in the fall. Okay. Does the contract that we will use for them, I think this is a Mr. Shamlin question, specify that this is for virtual students? This program will only be used for virtual students and not for brick and mortar students? Or is that some language that we can include? I mean, I think if we could include that language, I could be much more comfortable with this.
The intent of the contract is to provide services for virtual students. If it makes Board Member Bernard feel comfortable, we can certainly adopt a motion adding that language.
So do we need to friendly amend this motion then? Who's the maker and the second?
Lannis and Ware Jackson.
Are you guys comfortable with that? That it would be specifically for the virtual students and not for the brick and mortar students? I can't see anybody. You're comfortable? Okay, and you're, oh, good, thank you. Okay, so that's just the friendly then. Thanks so much.
With regard to, I just would like to lift up as a black female, black mother of 2 adult sons and 1 grandson that is in the EBR school system, that I don't take lightly concern for black children. And if we're gonna lift up concern for black children, bring some facts. I'm already aware that asynchronous instruction, the research, is not what's best for black children. I was softballing, okay? And I asked at the last meeting for the people to send me something that might be more positive. I've not received it. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. Because my primary irritation is folks using the race card unnecessarily, especially when it goes against what is actually best for black and brown children. That's all. And I apologize because when board member Gode went first back on the board, point of order, I'm calling point of order on myself, one of the public comments was not recognized. And so I need to allow Sister Corley to speak as the last public comment.
Good evening, board. Unfortunately, we have a lag with the video, so outside I can't actually, it's not showing in real live time appropriately. So I apologize for actually coming in so late. But I would like to speak to each board member against and encourage y'all to vote against it. And the reason is simple. I have a child with a disability, and there are many children with disabilities that are enrolled into our virtual school. I had the opportunity to attend an IEP for a child in a different parish school system that is attending virtual. They are using a system similar to this. The staff that actually had to attend the IEP meeting was not the ones that actually provide the recordings. That's a problem, because how can you actually reflect with the parents in the IEP process? That's federal. I'm asking that you look at these children with disabilities. We have a lot of them that's enrolled in virtual that will not benefit by having staff from outside of this state to educate them, because those individuals cannot be present to speak to them and to their parents in their IEP meetings. So what are we going to do then? Ask for EBR staff members to actually step into a place and actually say, hey, this is what your child is being taught on an everyday basis. These are their instructional goals. That's not realistic. And in fact, it's illegal. I ask each and every last one of you to go and look at IDEA as it deals with our children with disabilities, because we have many of them that are in high school as well as middle school. We can't keep telling our parents that we are being reactive to fix a problem. Let's start being proactive. Starting by being proactive, we had something in place after the pandemic that actually was working. My child was able to attend virtual. That was up under Mr. Warren Drake and Mr. Adam Smith. And those children were excelling. My child excelled. He didn't fail. And when he returned back into the brick and mortar building, the IEP team, our staff, helped. We knew where his deficits were and where his progression was. And we were able to make realistic instructional goals. Let's keep it there. We don't need to continue to outsource, which give us more federal problems. I believe the next thing would be litigation, and of course, you know I'll be back for that. We have too much litigation, but let's not have it, because we can actually fix something that can work. And what can work is keeping it in EBR with EBR staff. Thank you.
And then, to my understanding, the sheriff deputy had notified me that Ms. Corley was the last one, and I did not properly recognize Ms. Corley at that time. So we going back. I didn't want to be in violation of public comment by not allowing her to speak, because I did not properly recognize her. So now we are back to the board, okay? And board member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. A couple of questions around, there was a question from the audience that I was also interested in, and I don't know if it's been covered, around the assessments, whether our students will be assessed as they enter into the virtual setting, and also wanted to just confirm that dual enrollment is also provided by this organization, correct?
Yes,
Yes,
they have a whole process, which we plan to have an information session if everything works out and is approved. It will go into detail. This is why they're actually here today, and so all to your answer is yes to all those.
Okay, and what was the other one? Darn it. I had three. Dual enrollment, the assessment, and whether we will be considering for the younger students a more local environment. You know, whether we will be considering using our own staff in the future for the younger students.
In the conversations during Arizona State's presentation, they did share that they'd be working with us in a lot of different ways in terms of staff and those pieces. So I think a couple of things I just want to highlight again. One is in their presentation, they did talk about working with us and staff, and I can get into all the logistics. I know the team is here. The other component that they talked about, I just want to share again, is they've had tremendous amount of experience in this, serving about 40,000 plus students worldwide. I know the model, there's different opinions about the model, but they have been one of the most successful in digital learning in this space. Not only just in the state of Arizona, but people rank them, as you can, I think Board Member Lana shared at the last meeting, recognized in the country. And so as to, we'll give information to Vice President Collins. We did, I don't know if, just as a reminder, before we went down this road, the board did charge me to look for, when we started getting virtual kids, to think about a virtual school. We did have some options at that time that did not meet the board's criteria at that time, so we went down the road of trying to do it on our own. Knowing that we were going to have growing pains because we were not really good at this, and COVID put us unfortunately in a very challenging place. So as we went through using proximity with staffing and those things, as you know, many parents came up and shared the challenges that we had around that. I went out and we literally just said, who's the best in the country doing this? And that's how we went down this road. I would just, I understand the variations of concerns. I think what board members said, I think it's let's give them an opportunity to show this. We are not the only district in the country to do this with. They partner with other districts doing this and has been successful. But I know when something is new, it takes a lot. And but we are in a immediate need, and
Yes.
The reality is, I would not be doing my due diligence as a superintendent to not give you the recommendation of who's doing it the best. So they are good at what they do. Arizona State has had a lot of experience in this space, and we've had a lot of conversation with them and how they have really talked about making sure they support children and work with us. Yeah, work with us here as a school system, not to just replace stuff. So, but their model works, and so this is why we've partnered with them.
Well, I feel pretty confident that a lot more confidence in this company than I did in the other. But I just wanted to make sure that some of those concerns were addressed, because usually when one has it, several others do.
And one thing that we talked about, which the board has put in place, which I try to put with everybody we contract with, we recommend the same process we do with other contracts for vendors to prove themselves, and we can bring data to you every quarter, or you have a process to make it public. I do like our process. I think the board came up with that. I use that with everybody we talk to. If you want to stay partnering with us, you need to prove to us that you can get performance, and that makes it clear to us that we are keeping them accountable around that. So when it's time to renew contracts or those things, we have pure data. And I think Vice President Collins, you were very clear about that. Every vendor I talked to, I'm very clear about that too. So we can put more metrics into the contract if that is something you choose. I think what Board Member Collins brought up is exactly right. It's for the virtual school. We'll add that language. But here's what I do know, just so you know, from a superintendent standpoint. Every day that we don't make the decision is a day that I am paranoid because
I'm with you on
we
that,
have
I'd say.
children right now in there, and so I'd like to really get underway as soon as possible, pending on board approval.
Right. Yeah, we certainly can't wait. Thank you, Superintendent.
Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Ms. Nicola, I have a question.
Nicola.
Nicola, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's
And
Jamaican.
Board Member Lannis, while she's coming up, I just want to address, as I was explaining earlier, ma'am, the public comment was closed on this item, but I allowed Ms. Corley to come speak because she was cut off before we cut off, because she was not recognized before public comment had stopped. And so we won't be taking any more public comment on this particular item. All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for understanding.
What's our current teacher shortage? 106. So we have 106 teachers that are not inside of some of those classrooms? Correct. Okay. That was my only question.
We put up her microphone. I'll make sure everybody heard her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was 106.
Okay.
Okay.
So I asked that question for a specific reason because I hear the concerns from everybody inside of the room. Why not stay local? Why not use our teachers? We have 106 teachers that are currently not inside of our classrooms. So the question I would ask is, where do we pull the teachers from? The main thing that we continue to hear is that our teachers are tired, that our teachers feel overwhelmed, they feel overworked. Even with us asking our last, even in underpaid, that's correct. So even when we asked our last HR director to incentivize getting teachers to use their break time to take on more classes, that wasn't fulfilled. Because I do understand that we have teachers who are tired, underpaid, and they are just overwhelmed. So I asked this question, and this is when we went out to the Miami. The superintendent of Miami-Dade County, he posed one specific question, and he said, the thing you got to ask yourself in this particular work is how many students are you willing to lose while you're waiting to get it right? The next question I would ask is, what do we tell the families that have students inside of our virtual academy right now that have been waiting for us to get this right? We had a virtual academy, I want to say, almost 4 years ago. That didn't, but it was done away with. Now, I'm not saying this to try to throw Superintendent Drake under the bus. Absolutely not. Because at the time, this predated COVID. And there was not as much interest generated to go inside of the virtual academy then as it is now. Now, had we continued to use that system, we would have had something to work with. But we didn't. So we had to go back to ground one when COVID happened. And we tried to figure this thing out. And I think everybody has now accepted fault in saying that we made a mistake. And we're trying to fix it right now. I agree with my board colleague, Mr. Goday. If LSU or Southern University or ULM or ULL or Tulane had a virtual academy that could hold it and prop this particular program up, I would have voted for it yesterday. I completely agree. But at this juncture, in this time, we have to find the best and we have to go with the best. And if anybody is questioning whether or not ASU can get this done, I'll just tell you to go 2.5 miles right down the road. McKinley High School is currently using the ASU model. And they had a choice to choose between Harvard University and ASU. Remember, Harvard University being one of the most prestigious universities in the entire country, and they chose to go with ASU for a reason, because they are the best at doing what they are doing right now. I just ask us all again just to have an open mind about this. At the end of the day, we have to do what is best for our children and our students and our families. because we have to get it right this time. There's too many students that have went far too long without instruction inside of the classroom. And at the end of the year, they have to make all that time right back up. And we have to ask ourselves, is it fair to have them continuously waiting? It's not. It's just not. Thank you.
Board Member Dyson.
Yes, I'll be quick. The first thing I just want to reiterate is, and just remind everyone, is that we have, the board approved an external audit of our salary schedule. And I think I'm anxiously awaiting the results of that so that we can design this in a way that we can attract the best and the brightest and retain them. And COVID has presented so many challenges. And so I'm anxiously awaiting those results. And I've been told that we should expect them within the first quarter of the year, of the new year. And I'm very much looking forward to that, particularly as with regards to our teacher salaries. And the second thing is that I would like to ask Ms. Harmon to come, and I will recognize her to ask the question, please.
So for clarity, as she's walking up, this is not
Public comment. This is being
this is somebody
requested.
adopted, a board member is adopting a question.
Thank you. My question was, what is the process for administering an assessment, a needs assessment with parents to get their perspective on their expectations in the implementation of this virtual school? And also the intervention practices for additional support for students who may fall between the cracks.
I very much appreciated those questions, and I feel like the answers to these things, I think the idea of having them do some kind of a survey or at least something with the parents will be a great starting point, and so we can build this as a partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I was going to just say thank you for that question, and that is a part of their process. Which is what, as soon if the board decides to vote, they are excited to talk about all the details at the info session that they will have, and that question will be answered.
Thank you for this information.
General Counsel Shamlin.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the board, the contract does indicate that under location, it's virtual. I had to speed read to find it. Y'all challenge me sometimes, but it is in there. The motion will still read specifically at Ms. Bernard's friendly amendment to also say it's virtual, so we covered both ways.
Okay, and then the ASU, will be using with ASU, to my colleague's point, they chose between ASU, Harvard, or what have you. That's for the dual enrollment piece, not I don't want people to get confused. And so I'm just mentioning that as a point of clarity, and seeing no other requests to speak from the board. Madam Secretary, call the vote.
Please vote. Ms. Dyson. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item J1. New business redistricting timeline. Recommended action. Consideration of a request for the approval of a proposed redistricting plan development timeline for the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board based on the 2020 census. Can I get a motion? Board Member Lannis, can I get a second? Board Member Gode.
Vice President Collins.
Yes, sir.
Recommendation of council is to adopt this motion allowing for flexibility with regard to meeting dates, times, and locations in case we need to adjust.
Okay.
And so the motion will read an adoption of a timeline allowing for that flexibility. We'll read that to the board before vote.
Okay. Seeing no request to speak from the board, any public comment on the proposed timeline? I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay. Come on. Board Member Lannis and Gode. Yep, go ahead.
Turn this up, okay. Thank you very much for the time. My name is Peter Robbins Brown. I am the Policy and Advocacy Director for an organization called Louisiana Progress. We work on a lot of issues, but our top issue, especially in these next coming months, is redistricting, both at the state level, where we do a lot of work in the legislature, but also in some local areas across the state, parishes, looking at councils and school boards. In particular, we focus on two metrics when we try to look and assess whether certain councils or school boards are what we might consider fair and equitable. One is competitiveness. Do people, voters, have an opportunity to hold their elected officials accountable? Is there, or are sometimes election outcomes somewhat predetermined? We also look at racial proportionality. Does the sort of the makeup of the districts being representing the areas that they're representing reflect the population in those areas? We pick those for a lot of reasons. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but one of them is that they are actually measurable, right? So a lot of times people will talk about redistricting, they'll throw around kind of concepts or ideas, and then there's no way to actually like drill down into what does that mean or how do you measure that? And that is why we really want to zero in on a couple things that we could objectively measure. So why am I here today? Especially not being an EBR, a parent of an EBR, of a child in EBR schools. Because the makeup of the EBR school board, the way the districts are drawn, does not particularly well reflect.
Madam Vice President, may I have a point of order, please?
Yes,
The
sir.
motion is on the timeline,
So
and this is way off the topic of
That's
the
a fair
timeline.
point.
Thank you.
I can,
Yes, please make it
sorry,
germane.
yes.
Thank
So
you,
the point is
Kylie.
that this, and I'm sorry to, I was going to bring it back to that, but I'll come back quicker. That, the timeline, moving very quickly on this, making sure, though, at the same time that people, the community has an opportunity to come and speak to the principles that they care about when it comes to redistricting, making sure that the timeline, the meetings, the process is as transparent as it possibly can be so that the community does have an opportunity to come and speak to whether it's the principles that I was starting to lay out or the principles that they might believe in themselves separately from that. And so this is a process that in the past decades, not just here, but in a lot of other places, has often been done kind of quietly or maybe without the kind of transparency and public outreach that I'm here to really urge and ask that you all really intentionally do with the community as you go through this process. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Tanya Nyman again, and two kids in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I heard a couple of my concerns already addressed. One about making sure that the presentation to the public at these redistricting workshops does include relevant background information, and I've mentioned these at previous meetings, and I'm just going to run over a little bit of that. I would expect more detail in the presentation. But I do think that the history where the board has been reapportioned and reconfigured, especially in the last 10 years, needs to be included in the presentation. In 2010, this board consisted of 12 single-member districts. In 2012, it was reduced from 12 to 11 single-member districts. In 2013, the Voting Rights Act was essentially gutted and our maps were no longer subjected to pre-clearance by the Department of Justice. In 2014, at the behest of the Baton Rouge Area Chamber, the board was compelled to reduce again from 11 to 9
Madam
single-member
Secretary, I will
districts.
make another point
That
of
map,
order.
the map we are currently using, was not subject to pre-clearance. That last map approved by the Department of Justice was the 11
But that is
single-member
germane
district
'cause she's
map.
speaking to the process.
So I think that's just the information I would
Yeah.
like include in the
redistricting workshops.
Process, timeline.
But the
Germane to the
timeline of the
timeline.
workshops, right?
Yes. Mhm.
So that's not, okay, timeline. So only on the timeline? So do I
That
need to
is
say,
the item.
in addition
Now,
to
you
the
should have
things?
spoke up when the man. Yes, the timeline. But yeah.
But I want to make sure this, but the timeline is, I want to make sure this information is disseminated at some point within that timeline. So, all right, I'm using up my time on the semantics. But it's also my understanding that in that timeline, I'd like the information about how, if the members of the public don't like the map that is absolutely decided on, that we have an opportunity to introduce our own map, and I'd like that information somewhere included in the timeline about how we can introduce a map and have it placed formally in the public record. Thank you. I know it was a stretch.
Angel Bradford, I'll talk about time. So for the timeline and the workshops, just asking that, you know, every stakeholder is centered, so student, teachers, parents, staff, taxpayer, community member, and try different times, like 6:30 and 7, not 4 and 5, early morning, 7 a.m. or 8, lunchtime, coffee hours, any of that, virtual and in person would be nice. And then on the timeline document on the website, including public comment deadlines, so folks that can't make it can actually submit comment even if they can't be at the event. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna be quick. Anne Marie Blank. I just wanted to thank y'all for making public involvement in this process a priority. Mr. Gode, you suggested that the events be televised and made available after the fact. That's fantastic. We won't have to watch like a shaky video.
And that is relevant to the timeline because
promotion of the meetings.
Of the timeline.
One thing that wasn't mentioned was the promotion and advertising of the meetings. Y'all recently showed how well you guys can communicate the timeline to the public. So if you guys would please make that available to your direct stakeholders, the parents in the system, so that we can be involved. Thank you.
Timeline. Hi, my name is Colleen. There was discussion about changing the location of the meetings on the timeline to best fit everybody's schedules. I would just like to ask that you make those published way more than 24 hours in advance so that people who have kids in school can plan where they have to get their kids to make it to those meetings. Thank you.
I'm going to be brief. When he came up and gave the presentation, I forgot his name. I don't want to be disrespectful.
Mr. Hefner, regarding the
Mr. Hefner.
timeline?
Yes,
Regarding
it's
the
about
timeline.
it's directly about the timeline.
Thank
When Mr. Hefner came up to speak, he didn't really give an exact timeline. So I think that when we're saying that the comments got to be germane to the timeline, he didn't give a real one. A real timeline would have been that we're going to have a meeting on December 22nd at 7 o'clock in this building, in this room. We're going to have another meeting on January 3rd in this building, in this room at 8 o'clock. He didn't do that. Instead, he said we're going to have approximately 2 meetings in 1 month and approximately 2 meetings in another, which meant that the timeline is still up in the air. We can't give a falsified timeline to the public.
The timeline is in the backup materials.
But it's not an accurate one. We are on a real pushed timeline. And when we're on a pushed timeline like we are, that means that we're going to leave a room for making mistakes. And I just want us to think about actually having a lot of public input, because right now we have public input about the topic, but we keep having them to kind of be silent. But we really need them to actually be able to speak up at those meetings in regards to the makeup of our board, because everybody on the board actually impact and affect our children. And I'm looking at that timeline because I look at Board Member Lannis and Board Member Howard, who's not here. Both of them have 14 schools. Board Member Bernard only have 3 schools. So I just want to make sure that we have equity at the forefront when we do this redistricting, but we also think about what our motto say on our thing, which is every student, every day. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one. Oh, I'm sorry. Have her come back. I was on another screen. Board Member Bernard, back to the board. Board Member Bernard.
Ms. Corley, I do appreciate the sentiment. However, redistricting is probably not going to accomplish that. I would have more schools proportion to the population. That would be addressed in the tax plan, where we would decide to build schools in those areas where there are fewer schools. There's probably not a way for me to draw the lines to have more schools proportionate to the population, and I'm overpopulation. I think I'm 10% over, maybe, something like that. Mr. Hefner probably knows better than I do. But anyway, I do appreciate the sentiment, and thank you very much. So the thing I was going to ask board members is that maybe Ms. Armand could poll the board for dates to see which dates would work for people, and we could get the most of us there at each meeting in those relative time frames that he has outlined. I know there are not specific dates on those, but if she could poll the board on those and see who can attend the most, maybe that would be really helpful. Thanks, that's it.
Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just wanted to reiterate that Mr. Hefner, I think he touched on it, or he breezed over it. Not breezed over, but he definitely touched on it about the flexibility and the times that he has to try to figure out with a lot of our board members. I think that was a lot of the not so much the concern, but a lot of the issues we ran into last time was that timing was of an issue for the last firm that we had, and we just simply couldn't get on the right track. But I think, and it's also specified inside of the information that he gave, and I'll just read. It says these dates may change due to circumstances unforeseen at this time. Any rescheduled dates should be close to the original dates as practical. And dates may be added or deleted as necessary. So these times are going to change the closer we get to going into January. And just as a reminder, tonight it is listed on the agenda as the initial discussions of timelines in the process. So tonight is the actual first day that we're actually starting to facilitate these conversations. So I just want to say, just keep that in mind, that we're working towards that.
Thank you. Board Member Dyson.
I also just wanted to reiterate that we had this discussion a little premature when we were discussing it when Mr. Hefner came and presented, but that there will be some movement in the dates, and that we can potentially, have an opportunity to move this on up to a March close on that as we move along. He asked that we wait until after we have the first meeting or two and kind of be able to gauge at that point. But I think a goal of finishing in March would be a very good idea for us to be able to be as transparent with our community as possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Ballou.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Dyson that I'd like to see us have a goal finishing up by March. Of course, I think we ought to take as much time as we need, as long as we meet the deadline. But Mr. Hefner said that we would probably know more by the time of after our first workshop on the 6th, which on his suggested first workshop was on Thursday, January 6th. So I think it may be better if we wait until our January board meeting to look at further dates after that time, we'll know more as far as how long it's going to take, depending on how much progress we make in that first meeting. My only concern, I mean, we can put this framework and put some dates out here, but my only concern is that if we change it later, then the public's going to get angry thinking that we're somehow pulling a fast one on when we're doing everything out in the open and meeting as a board, open to the public on TV. So I'd like to make a substitute motion that we adopt the January 6th as our first meeting, and wait until the January board meeting to adopt a further schedule from there.
Board Member Gold, oh,
And that, I just to make it clear, my substitute motion is that we're going to adopt the first redistricting workshop on Thursday, January 6th, at a time and place to be later determined. But and then at the January board meeting, we adopt a framework for the remaining workshops. And the only reason I'm doing that is I think as a goal, I think we ought to shoot for March if necessary.
okay.
Knowing that we have additional time if we need it and can extend it. But rather than throw out a bunch of dates now all the way through April, just go to the January 6th meeting, and then if we're making a lot of progress then and we know we can meet a March timeline, we could get release dates in. If we're getting nowhere on that first workshop, then we know it may take a little longer, and we'll do the adjustment as necessary.
Okay. Board council would, to accomplish what my colleague is and what my two colleagues are saying they would like to do, would there be a motion that would better posture without there being what potentially could be more confusion? Because I want to recommend that perhaps we just defer this item and come up with a potential, whatever the preferred or other optional, like perhaps we defer the item until January 6th and we vote between this timeline and the other proposed timeline, because otherwise.
A point of order, ma'am. I think our committee of the whole is January 13th. It's not the 6th.
So I was going
So then January 13th, but my point being deferred until, and thank you, but my point being just something simpler than we moving these dates on this timeline around.
So for clarity, we cannot finalize anything at a committee of the whole meeting first, right?
Okay.
Secondly, we don't have a meeting currently scheduled for January 6th. We would have to schedule a meeting and notice it, which is not a problem, but I want to make sure we understand that would be a special meeting. Now, I did want to make the point that the way we structured the original motion, it would have allowed us to schedule a special meeting at the end of March if we could, if we needed to. So if we finished early and we felt like we didn't need to wait until April to finalize or adopt a plan, we could actually call a special meeting at the end of March and accomplish that, which would get Mr. Ballou and others to the point of, I think, to feel more comfortable with the fact that we're not locked into an end date that we're adopting tonight. So I believe, and it's just my recommendation, that the motion as we originally structured it, which built in flexibility as to date, time, and location as to meetings, would allow us to actually call additional meetings. And the reason we did that was twofold. We could call a special meeting to end early if we felt we were at that point. We could also call additional community meetings if we wanted to provide more input for the community. Ms. Arman was going to conduct a poll with the board to determine what a schedule might look like to meet everybody's needs. So I'm not against the substitute motion. I just wanted to kind of put you at ease in terms of helping you to kind of feel like we're not locked in. There's flexibility there, and that's why the motion was built that way.
And I actually, you know, I agree with everything, and everything you said is accurate, because really this is just a, like you said, a framework, flexible. My only concern was putting a bunch of dates out to the public now, and with the people mark it on their calendar and giving the impression if we change it later that somehow we're not being transparent. I just, and you know, you mentioned that the committee of the whole is scheduled for January 13th. That may actually be a better date, you know, because it's a week after that proposed workshop. We could just call a special meeting prior to the committee of the whole to vote on another flexible framework. So I think I'm going to stick with that. If it's okay with you, Jill, change it to the January 13th committee of the whole, rather than waiting all the way till the board meeting.
I like that.
So that's
yes.
so that would be my substitute, would be to have the first workshop on Thursday, January 6th, and adopt a timeline on January 13th prior to the committee of the whole meeting.
Probably need to read this back to the board for clarity, just make sure we understand what we're adopting, or what we are, the motion we're making. All right, so this would be a substitute motion to adopt the January 6th workshop and defer the consideration of the remainder of the timeline to a special meeting on January 13th of 2022. That's it?
All right. Board Member Gode, you want to discuss the substitute motion? I know you were in the queue before the substitute.
Yeah, it's a general subject. The substitute motion doesn't change it. You know, we already talked about live streaming. We already talked about Zoom. I would like, as we consider this, as we go through the workshop, that board leadership get with Mr. Hefner and find some way, because in the workshop, there's really no public input in the workshop. And I think, at least in the initial meetings, we ought to make some provision for a limited amount of public input. And I have no idea of how to go about doing it. If you give the public...
Is that on the time? Go ahead.
I know.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Touche. I accept that, Barb.
I will say, Mr. Gode, that I believe, and I've looked back and historically, I think we have done workshops where we've allowed.
Yes, but I was going to
Public
ask
comment.
my fear is if we do an open public discussion, we might have 5 hours. And we can't do that. I mean, it's just going to be a parade. So, maybe he talked about limiting it to 90 minutes, and maybe we have 90 minutes, but we have 30 minutes of public input, and they draw names to see who gets to speak, or do some kind of method, or have I don't know what. That's why I want board leadership to get with Mr. Hefner to do it, because I don't want the public to feel locked out because it's a workshop. But I also don't want unlimited ability where we could be here for days.
Maybe did some creative stuff with the tax plan that I thought.
Yeah. So I'd just make a request for board leadership to work with Mr. Hefner to figure out how to work that into the workshop portion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Board Member Bernard. Mr. Shamlin, you were done. Okay.
The other thing that we need to be mindful of is that Mr. Heflin has other clients.
Yes.
And he has other meetings and a schedule that may not be as flexible as, so we definitely need all of that information from Mr. Heflin before we begin polling the board. Thanks, that's it.
Seeing no other board comment, now remind me, because we are on the substitute motion, we have not, all right. Got to go to the public on the substitute motion. Substitute motion to move forward, to essentially wait until January 13th to decide the timeline. Is the nature of the motion.
Certainly, we need to have public comment in the timeline, regardless of how y'all figure that out. Thank you.
Seeing no other public comment on the substitute motion to wait until January 13th to determine our timeline for the redistricting. Back to the board. Seeing no further board comment, Madam Secretary, please call the vote on the substitute motion.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Moving forward with item J2, litigation. Recommended action, consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from General Counsel Gwen Shamlin in the matter of Rachel Riley versus East Baton Rouge Parish School System et al., suit number C 699-143, Section 25 in the 19th JDC in East Baton Rouge Parish, and to provide for related matters. Can I get a motion? Board Member Gode and Board Member Bernard. Board Member Gode.
Just very briefly, I know we're not getting into the details of this case, but as we move forward, I want to ask again that we make some kind of review of whether or not or how we could get cameras back on our buses, because 99% of these lawsuits involve buses, and a lot of them come down to he said, we said, and it would just be nice if we could have some kind of video evidence on some of these, and I think it would do two things. One, our bus drivers drive very safely, but I think if they know there's a camera, they might even be more safe. And then secondly, where there's dispute, at least we got some video evidence. So it has nothing to do directly with this case, but I just would like to keep that on the forefront, that we think about doing that.
So
Thank you.
it's germane to litigation in general. No problem. See it, no other requests to speak from the board. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, back to the board. Seeing no further board comment. Oh, okay. Okay. Madam Secretary, please call. Yes, ma'am.
I came to speak on litigation because we entirely have too much litigation. Y'all knew I was not going to miss the opportunity to speak on that. There's a way that we can resolve litigation, and it is just simply by making our children our priorities. Every student, every day. I had the nice opportunity to meet Mr. Kyle, very nice gentleman. I deal with litigation with Hammond, Seals, Atkinson guys quite a bit. We can prevent it. It's just as simple as making sure the money hit the classroom, making sure that we actually make sure that we have staff that's appreciated, not bullied, appreciated. Show our families that they matter, because we actually have parents that's been taking out time from their busy schedules to actually come in and speak. And we sometimes just forget that they're human too and that they have a lot on their plate. We can prevent litigation just by simply doing what's right. Every student every day wants to be loved, they want to receive a meal, and they want to receive an appropriate education. Their parents do not want to spend money for lawyers when they could be spending that money on clothes for their kids. So let's look at making sure that we prevent litigation by just simply doing what's right. And I know we have a lot of task force advisory boards that are supposed to recommend many things to help Dr. Narcisse with making these important decisions that impact our kids. Let's do what's right. And let's make sure that our parents are extremely informed, because right now they're not. But if we want to prevent the litigation, it's just as simple. You have some grassroots organizations that'll actually help you. Step Up is one of them. Do what's right. Love the child, because we love y'all. And I love each and every board member. I pray y'all have a blessed and wonderful holiday. And I pray that we can resolve the litigation without going into the courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Seeing no other public comments, back to the board. Seeing no requests to speak from the board, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
All right, moving forward to item 3, Superintendent Performance Evaluation. And the superintendent has requested that, which he has a legal right to do, just as all employees, as a HR policy, have a right to, and by law have a right to executive session when discussing their performance or items related to personnel matters. And so the board will at this time, I need a motion, huh?
Yeah, you need a motion to go into executive session. That's going to require a 2/3 vote. That would be
Okay.
5 of the present members. And so we would take a vote and do board and audience discussion as well. Public.
Okay, on going to executive session, not on his performance, whether it is good or bad in your opinion. Okay, just on us going into executive session. And so, see,
You need a motion and a second.
Board Member Lannis and Board Member Baloo. Seeing no request to speak from the board regarding going into executive session. Seeing no request, no public comment on going into executive session. Back to the board. Seeing none. Madam Secretary, on us going into executive session.
Please vote. The motion carries.
So we will now go into executive session in the board member conference room right behind us, and we will return after we finish our executive session.
You stay.
We are officially out of executive session, and so now we move forward to item K1, announcement of meetings by beloved colleague Mark Blue.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We'll have a committee of the whole meeting to be held on January 13th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. And a regular board meeting to be held on January 20th, 2022 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. Also, there will be a board workshop on redistricting to be at the, we're going to hold it at the Central Board Office on January 6th at 5 p.m.
And with that, can I get a motion? All right. I know I can always count on you, colleague.